And so, my croissant has been consumed. Consumed, I say. I need to drink some water. Okay. All I need to do is not double my audio. I need to step away for like 30 more seconds and then I'll be back. Okay, fine. Get your highs out of the way. Get your hellos. If you're here, say hi. You know I respond back. I've had people now responding in comments, be like, hi, getting my mandatory hello out of the way. Like, silly. Hi, wave! It's my way or the highway. Yeah. And yeah. Say pop out chat. And I get Q&A going. My Q&A is gonna be like arrow Q and A and CAIN and Lancer and D and D. Question mark? Okay. Q&A. Dynamite. That does not work. That does not work nearly as well as I was hoping it would. Hi! How goes it? I'm Arrow. If you don't know, I'm TTRPG VTuber. Talk TTRPGs, Lancer, CAIN, D&D, even D&D, yes. I don't know what else I talk about. I talk about Girlfriend, I guess. I also talk writing. I talk storytelling. I talk VTubing. I talk all these different things. Today, on Friday streams, these are our productivity streams, which are never as productive as any of our other streams because I always get distracted. I am going to show you what I've been working on. I have been doing a little bit of mining off stream. I've been a little bit of in the content creator mines, a little bit in the CAIN supplement mines, and I want to show you. I do voiceovers, yes, on occasion. Some people may or may not be aware of me from voiceovers. On the Girlfriend video, someone left a comment and they're like, "Oh, you're the voice of Stu Goblin." And I'm like, "Yeah, I am the voice of Stu Goblin. Thanks for pointing that out." So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go to my CAIN supplement. I'm going to show you what I've done thus far, just as a general overview. And then I would like to make a virtue with you to see if my rules break upon first contact with the enemy. Because I keep screwing with it. I keep making another power, another virtue, another whatever, and it keeps being like, okay, this works out fine. And then I change the rules and it breaks because I keep like screwing with it. So I think the best way to do this is to just stress test it. I have a system for becoming a virtue. I know what the parameters are. I know how you actually develop a high blasphemy and a special unleashed blasphemy. So I want to do that. Not the virtue of gooning. Arrow's government name is Stuart Goblin. No! Incredible. I wish I was the voice of Stu Goblin. Well, so I'm not the official voice of Stu Goblin. I'm the community recognized fan dub of Stu Goblin. I am not actually who Stu Goblin was chosen by the studio, you know? So, hi, Knight and DP and Gato and B and Licorice and Vozen and Bacon and Sneaky and Sneaky Togedamaru and Dark and Ryu and Kali and Moss and Original and Moth and Harmless and Kida and everyone else. Also, people were in chat before I got here. I will say, like, a double-digit number of people were just waiting before I got here. Y'all can chat if you want. Y'all can come up with evil battle plans if you so desire. I physically can't stop you. You're 5 minutes late. Goodbye, Beluga. You don't get a hello. Feel free to call me Dice. Got you. Hello, Fox. Ah, yes, the ultimate method of making sure your stuff works. Letting random people poke holes in it, then determine if the holes need to be patched or the hole needs to be thrown out. Okay, so what I will say is the issue with that is that sometimes I get a lot of people, and I'm not going to name names, but I am going to point to the broom closet video and you can read the comments if you want. I get a lot of people who either misunderstand what I'm saying or think it's a dumb idea and therefore the entire room needs to be thrown out, right? A lot of times I'll have someone who is like, oh, I misinterpreted what you said, so I'm going to assume the entire room is broken. And then usually in that case, that is just like one comment back and forth. They're like, okay, that makes more sense. Or they say, okay, I see what you're saying. I still think it's a bad idea. And then like we clear that up and then we move on from there. And generally those people, fine, like whatever. But there are other people who are being either purposely obtuse or who are genuinely just like not understanding it. And it's very funny to me because it's fantasy. It's TTRPG. They get so hung up on like, well, this one rules interaction. The specific rules interaction precludes you from doing this. And I'm like, okay, what about rule 0? What about the other rules that I'm drawing inspiration of that are mechanically identical to what I described, that break that same rule, but they're official? Hello, Consola. Hi, Logout. Rage Bait are actually stupid. I mean, like 9 times out of 10, it's actually stupid. And not because they are dumb, but because they are being obtuse either intentionally or otherwise. I'm the Joker, baby. So, if you don't know, we have a Q&A channel. If something that you want to ask is not directly relevant to what we're talking about, or you have something you just kind of want to get an answer to later, I usually devote the last half hour of stream just to answering Q&As. So if you can throw any questions you have there. Or what was my favorite voiceover to do? So, like, okay. Ignore the document behind the curtain. Ignore the CAIN supplement behind the curtain. So I do have a lot of fondness for Bottle Deposit, which is the one where an adventurer is like asking for a health potion and it's being overcharged because the goblins need a bottle deposit. Like, it is the tear tax from Germany. And so this one was my first voiceover that got like hundreds of thousands of views. Then obviously my favorite ship. Actually, I say obviously, a lot of you might not know that one. My favorite ship dynamic is a voiceover that I got. That was my first video ever to get 1 million views. And right now it's at like 5 million views. It's kind of crazy. It's still getting views today and it's been out for like 6 months. And that one was also very fun. Which one was my favorite? I don't really have a favorite. Because generally what I do is that when I voice something, I have a lot of fun in the moment, and then I move on with my life. And then after I upload it, I watch it like once. Like I watched the favorite ship video like yesterday. Because like I was still getting views and I'm like, why are people still watching this? And I literally clicked on it and I'm like, this is like so bad. I would redo this. Hello, Arrow. Have I seen the new GFF volume? It came out not too long ago. So, hi, Grimoire. What I do with Games for Freaks by Tom Bloom is when he releases GFF 4, he makes GFF 3 free. And so what I've been doing is whenever he releases a new one, I go back and I do a blind live reaction of the free one for 2 reasons. One, that means that I can like not spend money on it. And that is something where obviously I want to support Tom Bloom. I'm not in the position where I can comfortably and consistently spend money like that, right? For something that I'm not going to get a return on. So one is money, but also it means that I can do a full blind live reaction without infringing on his revenue stream. Because if I sit here and I buy Games for Freaks Volume 4, or someone buys it for me or whatever, and then I live react it on stream, you could reasonably not buy it from him and just watch my video and like take screenshots. And that would be like supplanting his revenue stream, which I think would be scummy. So I don't do that. So what I did is that on Wednesday, actually, I reviewed Games for Freaks Volume 3. And I talked about Perfect Sins, and I talked about... I skipped over most of the Malagast stuff because it was just haunts. It was just like sit reps. But I had a ton of fun looking over GFF 3. I'm sorry, but what is a virtue? Hi, Artie. So, in CAIN, the TTRPG, you are an exorcist, which is someone with grace, and that can manifest psychic powers. Anyone in the audience, the fastest like point at it and be like, oh, is you are psychers in the 40k Imperium. Grace is being like the psyker gene, and your psychic powers are drawing power from the psychic sea, i.e. the warp, right? The fastest like 30-second point at it and be like, boss baby, boss baby. Where is it? Boss baby, like that. That is my quickest conception. Like you are Imperial sanctioned psychers working for the Ordo Malleus, fighting chaos demons that come from the warp. Now, the actual lore is that you're exorcists who have grace. These allow you to manifest psychic powers as you fight sins. Sins are born from trauma. Sins are psychic manifestations of the pain people with high levels of grace have felt. And a virtue is a high-level mentor NPC XO. What does that mean? So I'm playing like it's a TTRPG. It's like D&D. It's like Lancer. It's like other gaming systems. You play as exorcists, and you go all the way from Cat 1, Category 1, Level 1, to Cat 5, Category 5, Level 5. Virtues are the Cat 6+. Or in my setting, they're Cat 5+. But the point being is that virtues are... For those of you who know JJK, please let me know. These are your Gojo. Is Gojo the white-haired guy, the blue-eyed guy that has like the bandana? He looks like he's from Nier Automata. He is your Gojo. He is your Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood mentor character. Like the really badass female mentor who's like really sick. So much LARP, it's a crime. That one was also very fun. Because like that was one where, so for those of you who don't know, on Twitter, there was a trend like a week and a half ago or whatever to voice over that. VAs were all doing that. And VAs were being like, so much LARP, it's a crime. And I'm like, well, everyone here is LARPing LARP. Like every time I hear someone talk about LARP, I assume they mean live action roleplay, like going to a Ren fair. So my first thought was, why don't I make a video where the punchline is they go to a Ren fair? And so I had a lot of fun doing like my best, like trying to fit the trend voiceover that I then supplemented with, oh mein Gott, this fair is full of Renaissancen. Yippee! Gojo Yuta Maki. Gojo's 100% a virtue, the virtue of not giving enough. Oh my gosh. If it's My Hero Academia, he's your Aizawa. Good answer, question mark. I don't know. Categories, how many cats you own. As your cat lady powers progress, so do your powers. I mean, the more cats you have, the more stress you get. The more stress you get, the more grace develops. The more grace you have, the more sin you get. The more sin you have, the more powerful you are. So yeah, being a crazy cat lady would absolutely get you more powerful. I like the way you say crime. It tickles my neural pathways. Yeah, so I did a couple different takes of that. I did a couple different takes of like, it's a crime. It's a crime. Like I tried to draw it out. Like crime, you know? Like crime. As opposed to just crime. Or maybe even crime. And like that's subtleties in voice work, right? And piece of advice for anyone wanting to get into VA work, which I say as like an amateur VA who I've done nothing official. Like I've done one thing official for VA work, and that was like a collab with a sponsor that I did for their Kickstarter, which I was one of like 100 channels invited or whatever. But piece of advice nonetheless, with that disclaimer out of the way. Be silly. Seriously. Like one of the big pieces of advice that I've seen online, and then I'm like, yeah, I agree with that, is be silly and don't freeze your body. When you're talking, you need to like emote. You need to smile, and you need to frown, and you need to slump your shoulders. Like you need to move your body as if you're in character acting. A feature background unironically really helps in VA work, because if you are animated, if you are all over it, you will have more inflection, you will have more power, you will have more subtlety and dimension and volume to your voice than if you're just sat straight and just kind of speaking, right? Being a silly little guy is actually skill relevant to VA work, yeah. A binder who gains a new sin cat every time they advance in cat. I mean, that's just a binder, exactly. There's studies that show that cat ownership in particular actually lowers stress by a significant amount. I will say, having a pet, at least a cat, which is very low maintenance compared to a lot of other ones, the stress is this. You know? Like, I feel like this is a pretty fair comparison of the stress of a cat. Like, time, stress. Like, they're just like living their life and they're totally normal. And then you're like, oh no, okay, they're like really coughing up a lot. I don't know what the issue is. And then it turns out they just had like a bad hairball day. And then they're fine again. And then they're like really like needy. They're really attention seeking. They're really in your face. And you're like, okay, something is not right. What is the deal? And then you realize that you're out of food and it's like too late to go to the store. So you need to figure out how to feed your cat when you don't have any food for them. And then it goes back down. And then they like they got hit by a car or something. Or they have like severe medical issues. Or they like somehow managed to get stuck in a location in your house that you can't reach and also they can't get out of. And if you try to like take them out, you might hurt them. And you're like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. And then it goes back to like business as usual. And then they're like coughing up more hairballs. And like, that's just how being a cat owner works. Like, it's just such like minor low like stress. Like, this is odd. This is a little bit upsetting. And then they have like the most dangerous thing that happens to them. Meanwhile, being a dog owner is like, because like my dog ran outside and I can't find them. And then they're chilling. And then, oh no, we have a baby in the house. But actually the dog's chill, so it's fine. And then a dog moved in nearby and now my dog is freaking out because they think that their territory is under attack. And then now they're like chill, but not fully chill. And then like we go over here and then it turns out that like we have a deer problem out back. There are deer all over. So I have to keep my dog inside, but then my dog being inside means that it's like messing with the house or whatever. So then I have to let my dog outside to let them get out their energy, but I have to only do that when there's no deer. And if there are deer, I need to like watch them so I can take them back and like up and down and up and down. Whereas like, that's just not what you do with cats. To be fair, that peak exists in every... No, exactly. That's why I also drew it on dogs. That's why like, it's not specific. Like peak is not specific to cats. It is simply all animals would do that. We're talking about category of exorcist, the flashbacks to being a cat owner. Yeah, so I grew up, fun fact, Arrow lore. Write this down, folks, write this down. I grew up with a cat that was 2 years older than me, and a dog that was 2 years younger than me. So, I grew up with an old lady cat and a little puppy. Like when I was like becoming like a toddler into being a young child. And so, this cat was bigger than me at one point. And so she would just walk over and lick me. And I would just like sit there and be like, yay. And then she like lick me all over and like rub up against me. And like, she was an old lady. And she was just like, okay, you are a child. I'm going to just like lick you. And apparently I just like dealt with that. Now the puppy, for instance. Puppy, yellow lab. Absolute sweetie. Bit of a coward. We loved him. I loved him. And he was super sweet. He was super cute. Super attached to him for the first like 14 years of my life. And the cat. That's my main exposure to cats, mind you. She was 4 when he was a puppy. She beat him up. She straight up like batted him with her paw. She would bully him. She would corner him and hit him to the extent that he genuinely was traumatized by her. And so even though in like a year, he grew to be 5 times her size, even though he was like a big yellow lab that could crush her by like sitting on her accidentally, he was scared of her for his entire life. And she would manipulate that. We had this like section. So like, we had this section by the kitchen. So like, kitchen is here. Basement goes there. It's like kitchen, dining room. There's like a little like island there, or like a little section of that there. So like, and like there's a table there. So you had to like go there, or you could go there and go all the way around, right? And so what my cat would do, she would sit here because my dog would walk up and he would see her and he would like go up against the wall, and then he'd go up against the other wall, and then he'd go this way. He like she would sit there staring at him because she knew he wanted to get past, and she was purposely preventing him from going by. Not least of it, not to mention that we also had a gate here. We also had a little like a half-size gate, like that you just put across, right? And we could like unfold it, refold it, and when it fell, it was on tile. Oh my gosh. When it fell on the floor, it was on tile. It was smacking wood against tile. So it was super loud. It was like, right? And so he got scared of that noise because like that would happen and he would jump, and like when he was a kid or when he was a puppy, then as he grew, it continued to scare him. So he was scared of the gate too. So what would happen is that what might happen is the gate might be like leaning up against the wall there. And so if he would walk through, he would always do this. Right? He'd always hug the opposite wall to avoid the gate and then go by. And so what my cat would do is she would walk up and she would go right there. She would go right there. So he would go up and be like, and go all the way around. I grew up thinking cats were evil. Straight up. I grew up thinking cats as like I said, I grew up firmly a dog person because my main exposure to cats was a grumpy old lady that would actively like abuse and hurt my dog. Scylla and Charybdis. Cats can be huge jerks, yeah. Atypical, but it seems like tabby behavior. What is a tabby? Tabby cat. Yes. My cat was absolutely tabby. Because I was like, tabby, I don't know if that's right. But no, like my cat absolutely had this like same coat pattern. Like this, yeah. We absolutely had a tabby. You have dog people in my audience? Well, yes, I have puppy girls in my audience. And like, I think I'm so willing to accommodate them is because I'm a dog person. Oh my gosh. Okay. Wait, who said, do you perhaps have ADHD? I do. How could you tell? Oh my gosh. So, first of all, I have 2 puppy girl stories right now. two very quick puppy girl stories. I want to be done in 2 hours. I want to be gone in 2 hours. I want the stream to be over in 2. I'm gonna start a timer. I'm gonna start this timer. No, not cat stream today. I'm gonna start this timer, and when this timer hits an hour 30, I want all of you to scream. I want you to scream like you're being bloodily murdered. I want the screams of the damned to be drowned out by your own soulful wailing. I want there to not be a single iota of silence, no pin that may drop, no screaming cicadas silently into the night that can overcome your sheer overpowering audacity when this says an hour and 30. Because that will be a 5-minute warning that we have 5 minutes left of stream. Because last week, I was reviewing Glory Unto Them, and I said, oh, hey, I want to do this for like 3 hours. I want a 3-hour stream, review Glory Unto Them, quick in and out, 3-hour adventure. I was there for like 6 hours. Like, dude, I have stuff to do. No, don't scream yet, don't scream yet. Hello, Ready Set Die. Also, hi, Selene. Hi, Funny Speedrun. I feel like I'm very much in the wrong place right now, despite actively wanting to be here. Why do you feel like you're in the wrong place? Is it because it's a puppy girl story? It's a puppy girl story, isn't it? Okay, so first puppy girl story. This is my second-hand puppy girl story. This is a puppy girl story. I was informed by my buddy. So my third-hand puppy girl story. So my buddy, he is very straight man. He is very cishet, and I love him. I love him. However, he is very cishet, and he also doesn't really get a lot of different stuff. For instance, he asked me recently, hey, if I'm attracted to someone who's non-binary, does that make me gay? And I went, do you want the long answer or the short answer? And he said the short answer. And my answer to that was, some people will call you gay, but those are just people who are bigots. Like those are homophobic people will call you gay because they don't understand it. Everyone else will just say, it doesn't really matter. And he said, oh, don't worry, I can just kill them. And I'm like, yes, if they're homophobic, you can just kill them if they call you gay, sure. So that's the kind of guy we're talking about, right? Yo, should we just completely shut up at 1:30 radio silence? It'd be funny. No, I would feel abandoned. It's Arrow's secondary source rights time. I'm here for 2 hours, 22 minutes. Got to catch the, Amazing Digital Circus premiere. Oh, interesting. I was like, what is TADC? I'm so giggling about the Armex scary or cool moment. We'll go for 5 hours. We can yap some CAIN 2. Checks file duration at 7 hours. Listen, my general plan is go 5 to 7 hours. And that's only because I stopped doing 8-hour marathons. I started realizing, one, I have stuff to do. So I prefer not to go 8 hours if possible. But also, viewership tends to go down like after like 5 to 7 hours, like significantly. So it's generally not worth it as a stream to do an 8-hour stream. Otherwise, I have the stamina. I've done 10-hour streams before. I've done 10-hour streams before. I love marathon streaming. The issue is it's generally not worth it. But my buddy asked me like, hey, is it gay to be in someone who's non-binary? I'm like, well, do they present masculine or feminine? He's like, they're gender fluid. They do both. And I'm like, well, don't worry, you're fine. So that's kind of like guy we're operating off of. He hits me up and he's like, hey, Arrow, what's a puppy girl? Or no, rather, so we're talking about puppy girls. I mentioned that my audience is full of puppy girls. I mentioned my audience is full of puppy girls. And because of the girlfriend video, because of all that stuff, we were talking about that. I explained puppy girls to him. And then like a week later, he asked me, hey, what's a puppy girl? And I'm like, dude, I just told you. And he's like, yeah, but I forgot. So then he's like, are puppy girls furries? And I'm like, I mean, I'm sure a lot of them are, but it is a separate thing. Like, to be a puppy girl, you don't need to be a furry. By being a furry, you're not necessarily a puppy girl. And he's just like, so like they got like ears and stuff. And I'm like, oh, what is the story here? And so he tells me that he sees this girl, like one of the finest girls every woman he's ever seen is the finest girl he's ever seen. the finest girl he's ever seen. She got these like weird ears on. So he goes up to her and compliments her ears. And she's just like, oh, thanks. Like, and doesn't really know how to take it. And he's just like, yeah, they're cool. And she is like, am I being like hit on? Or is this like, you're like another person who's like a puppy that like, or like a handler or whatever. You're like recognizing this. And she's trying to like pick up his signals when he's literally just like, oh, it's a girl that has dog ears. I think that's cool. And so they start talking. And then he asks her, are you a furry? And she goes, no. And then he's like, okay, what are you? And then she is still in like, am I like being made fun of? Am I being made the fool of? And again, he is the most like cis het guy you can imagine. He is not here. Like he is the sort of guy that'll earnestly ask you, are lesbians gay? Because like he knows the term gay. He knows the term lesbian. He does not know if lesbians are gay. Like that. This is the kind of guy we're operating off of. He's a himbo. I love him. However, he starts chatting with this girl and he starts talking to her. And he starts like getting more information about her and about being a puppy and about furries or whatever. And so I got an update where he got her number and basically he's just like, she is so fine. And I'm like, okay, he's a little bit of an F-boy. Okay, he's very much a bit of an F-boy. I love him, but he's been of an F-boy. So he is currently looking for a long-term relationship. And he keeps running into the issue of a lot of girls and a lot of women are interested in him, but then it doesn't work out. Mostly, and this is what I told him and he agreed, is because if someone's interested in him, he will sleep with them. And then that means that the relationship is based off of a physical connection more than anything else, and therefore the relationship never progresses past that. Because no matter how much like they might try to date, or they might go out together, or they might try and build a relationship, it will always be based off of a physical connection. And so what I recommended is to not sleep with her. And he said, okay, I'll do that. And then I got an update, like literally the other day, where he's just like, oh, Arrow, I might have messed up. And I'm like, oh my gosh, what is wrong with you? So apparently he has not slept with her. Really wants to though. Because remember, she's the finest woman he's ever met, as every woman is. He tells me, Arrow, so like she's like a hat in her room. Like we were like I saw like I saw a video of her room. She had like a hat in the background. Does that make her a furry? And I'm like, do you mean like a fursuit helmet? Is it like a big wolf head? And he's like, yeah, that. And I'm like, okay, then yes, probably she is a furry. Like she's probably a puppy and also a furry. And he's just like, you know, at this point, I've never slept with someone that had that hat on. So I kind of want to see what it would be like. And I'm like, brother. And so now he is at the point where due to nothing but sheer curiosity, he's wanting to know what it would be like to sleep with a puppy girl furry, just so he can know what it's like to sleep with someone that has a fursuit helmet on. And also because she's the finest woman he's ever met, obviously. So that's my friend. That's real as heck. I mean, okay. And this relates to my other story, where I don't think I've ever met a puppy before. Like a puppy girl before, outside of like the other week. The other week I was out, I went to the club, and I saw a girl who had, she was like, I think it's like she was like in shorts and like a bikini top kind of deal. And I was like, oh, her outfit is so cool. And then I didn't realize she had like this like fluffy like furry kind of thing. Like this hem to her lower piece or whatever, and I was like, oh, okay, that's like kind of wicked. And then I realized she had big furry boots. She had in her hair 2 little dog ears. and she had hanging from her waist was not trimmed to like her shorts or whatever, was a hanging from her waist like tail. And I'm like, oh, it's a real life puppy girl. It's a puppy girl in real life. I thought you were a myth. And so I saw her, and she was dancing with a whole bunch of different people. At one point, I was dancing with her, and like I complimented her ears, and she was like, "Oh my gosh, thank you so much. I love your outfit." And like she was super sweet, super cute. And then like I just danced with her a little bit, went on with my night, had fun. My roommate comes to pick me up. It's like 1:30 in the morning, right? Because I didn't park nearby. I don't drink, but it was easier to just, like, my roommate was like, yeah, I can just come pick you up. It'll be easy. Thank you, roommate. They pick me up. We're driving away. And I'm telling them about my night, and I'm telling them about, like, oh yeah, I was dancing, whatever. Like, it's the pole dancing story, if anyone follows me on Blue Sky Twitter. And I'm looking out the window, and I see outside a corner store, I see this girl who just has like the ears and the tail and the fur, and she's talking to this guy that I also saw in the club, and I'm just like, oh, it's the puppy girl. She's real. Like, look right there, it's the puppy girl. And I literally pointed out to my roommate, and I was just like, it's her. Because I've never seen a puppy girl before. This was like a formative experience for me. I finally saw a puppy girl. The whole club was looking at her. Yes, they actually did play that song. They did play that song, and it was a lot of fun to be part of the club. And I was a part of like half of the people there who actively like hit the floor, like not just like got like down to like a crouch, but like actually like got really low to the floor. Because I was dancing with someone at that point. And so we were basically in a competition who could get lower. All the ones your audience are LARPing. Yeah. She has the boots with a dang, stole my bit. So basically the exact definition of puppy girl. Yes, exactly. And so I was so excited because I was just like, I've never seen one before. This was like a new experience for me. Like, obviously I was not my buddy. I was not trying to like hit, but it was just so funny to be like, oh, it's a puppy girl. I want to say hi to her. The lyrics is that she hits the floor. Yeah. Everyone else is just looking at her. Well, yeah. So everyone in the club was a she, her in the time of that song. And then everyone else reverted back to whatever gender they identify as upon the song's ending, much like the curse entails. Do you not keep up with prophecy? Do you not understand the lyricism? Do you not understand that poetry is simply the precursor to pop music? There's something distinctly wrong with you in a cool way. What do you mean? The platonic ideal of pupper? I mean, and what I will say, she was dancing like crazy. A couple people were. Apparently, a lot of people said I was dancing like crazy. Like I was a part of a crew where I think like a single digit number of people in the club, everyone else was like had their eye on them. Apparently I was part of that number, which I was not expecting whatsoever. I had multiple people after, like, while I was waiting on my roommate to come pick me up, be like, you were amazing. Like, I loved your vibe. I loved your energy. Your dance moves are awesome. And I'm like, it's nothing. Thank you. But like she was one of those people who just like, when you saw her dancing, she was like going crazy for like an hour at a time. And it was insane. Virtues category, cats, dogs, puppy girl. Oh yeah. Is puppy boy a thing? Because I've been called dog by a lot of people. Yeah, so as much as we joke about puppy girls, I also know that I do have a fair amount of puppy boys in the audience. I don't know if I have any puppy thems in the audience. Which clearly, even though puppy girls get all the attention, because they're the neediest, let's be real. All of you are valid. Like I'm not here to shame you for you or your interests during Pride Month on Juneteenth. Happy Juneteenth, by the way. I'm not gonna shame you for your interests. You're welcome to be here. Like that's chill. It's just it's easier to just say puppy girls and like as a collective, because I think there's more puppy girls in my audience. You dated a furry who was also a puppy. Oh my gosh. They feel excluded, asp. Well, next time the puppy boys need to go to the club. Have a well, okay, in fairness, maybe this was not a puppy girl, so maybe this was a puppy them. Maybe they were they them, and I didn't know because I didn't really talk to them that much. Yes, that's why I love clubbing. It's such an ego boost. No, literally, Alza. Like, I would like both times, or like both times recently, I've been clubbing because I've started like going out more regularly to clubs. I've had a great time. I've had so many people be so nice to me. I've had a couple people give me their number. I've had people compliment me. I've had people be like, whoa, awesome. And it's been really cool. Puppy pronouns, oh my gosh. I ain't a puppy in any way, but I am kind of a bird dude where I'm just a fat, greedy jerk. It's okay. I'm still here since I'm not hateful. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't care if you are the platonic ideal of a kiwi with a gun. Right? If you're a kiwi with a gun, so long as you're using your power for good and not evil, and maybe a little bit of evil, because I am morally neutral. But like, let's be real. Out of all the, like, what would you say my alignment is? D&D alignment style. What would you say is my alignment? And what would you say is your alignment? Puppy Boys Night? That sounds like a disaster waiting to happen, and I'm so excited. Emu with a bazooka? I could do emu with a bazooka. I'm an emu with a bazooka, bazooka. Raccoon girls are here too. Direct me to the nearest dumpster, please. So my content is actually still on the channel page. So if you want a dumpster, that's perfect for you. Tons of trash. I, from research, assume that I am straight, but I love watching content by non-binary people. You right now are my favorite creator. The other one is Yuko, if you know her, and there are a couple more. I assume you mean Yuko EX? As far as I'm aware, is she not a binary trans woman? I don't really follow her. I just know of her, so I don't want to make assumptions about her. Chaotic neutral, neutral good, chaotic, just chaotic, chaotic good, chaotic neutral. Of all of the alignments, yeah, I guess I got a couple of true neutrals. I got it. Being called chaotic neutral is way, I mean, like, it's not inaccurate. I'm way more chaotic now than I ever thought I would be. Like from a moral framework. But chaotic neutral strikes me as so ill-defined. You know, it strikes me as so without purpose. It strikes me as so, I want to be evil, but I don't want to be evil, you know? Also, submissive evil. First off, what does that mean? Second of all, I just got some amazing fan art where Ryu made me hot. I don't want to hear nothing about being submissive. Look at this. Look at this leg cabedon. This, what did we decide it was? A megadon? Like, look at this. You want to tell me this is submissive evil? This is dominant evil, if anything. Submissive evil is just villainous henchmen. Oh, wait, so all of you are submissive evil. That's pretty dominant evil. See, you get it. You get it. Arrow Doms. Submissive neutral dog. I think they just called you a henchman. That is the puppy girl perspective as she danced with me. Okay, so I did not do the leg cabedon to anyone while I was dancing. That said, I did. Chaotic boss. Chaotic neutral is pure, unadulterated, pragmatic self-interest. No, that's neutral. That's like neutral evil, I would say, is pure self-interest over all else. That's an after dance activity. Oh, let me listen. I show off fan art. I give shout out to it. If you want to see more art like that, make more art like that. That is all I'll say. Like, I think that, like, this is not only this is not only relevant to a conversation we were having on stream, which is why they did it, but also it's really good. But like my point being is that, like, this is like really good art. I really appreciate this. And like, I think some people might be like, oh, it's kind of like risque, but like, I think it's fine. It's within bounds of TOS. That's what matters. Submissive evils, Starscream, dominant evils, Megatron. Oh my gosh. I got the leg fan art. Yes. Grabs ankle, dominant. Oh no, we are being defeated. Yes, I'm wait. I'm depicting you as the submissive evil and me as the dominant evil. There we go. We can make a clip of it. We can just run it. You just turned even more of my audience to the puppy girls. Oh my gosh. No, so I did not do the leg cap I don't to anyone. However, I did mention this the other day on stream, where apparently my height, I'm 5'11". I am 180 centimeters. Apparently I'm tall, like taller than just like a bit taller than average. So I was chatting with someone and we were like sat down, right? And it's like, pew, 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 pew. And like, I'm there, like they're there. Yeah, shut up, Celine. They're here. They're talking to me. We're both sat down. They walk up to me as I'm sitting there chatting with me. And my height comes up. And I say, I'm taller than I look. And they're like, oh? And so I stand up in front of them. And I look down at them. And I say, I'm 5'11". And they gave me the most like... humna. Like they give me the most just like deer in headlight. Like, oh, wow. Like, how big are my apples? I mean, apples are like you buy them from the store. There was a short personality. What? How dare you? Is it because I'm closer to hell? That makes sense. 180 centimeters, are you Canadian? Because if so, heck yeah. Nope, I am American. I am from the US. And I just recognize I have a very international audience. So I try to use metric when I can. Not because like I'm a poser or who I'm just like, oh, like Imperial is dumb. Imperial is kind of dumb. But like so many other people use metric. It makes sense for me that if 50% of my audience is like international, if 70% of my audience is international, it just makes sense to accommodate that. I'm 5 apples tall. Listen. Doctor said 5.5. First off. That's short to me, but I'm also 6'5", so don't mind me. Yeah. Apparently, a bunch of my audience is over 6 foot. And like Rory, like one of my friends, one of my fellow content creators, he's like 6'4". He's like 6'4", and he insists anyone under 6 foot is short. And I'm like, are you stupid? The average height of an American man is like 5'8". And the average height of an American woman is like 5'4". What do you mean 6 foot is short? Hi, Arrow. Just got home from the road, but I wanted to share that I managed to get a group together for my CAIN game. Woo! I'm X apples tall. Listen, Americans really will measure in anything but the metric system. I ain't gonna front. I don't know how long 3 football fields is. Like, I think, isn't it like a football field is like 100 yards? So it's like 300 yards, so it's 300 feet. Why not just say 300 feet? Like, I understand the real reason is because they're using relativity. They're not actually measuring in specific distance. They're using relative distance so that, oh, a 3-car pileup crashed, blocking a length of intersection that was 7 washing machines wide. Like, the average American is more inclined to understand what 7 washing machines wide means rather than 6.5 meters wide, right? Donuts per bald eagle. Listen, it's actually shotgun shells per can of beer. Donuts per bald eagle is antiquated and is really only used in the government sector. You just outed yourself as a Fed. It's about 3 times the size of the ISS. 10 dolphins long. Listen, if someone was measuring something in dolphins, I assume they have an agenda. I don't know what that agenda is, but if you're going to go around measuring things in dolphins, dolphins have one of the best PR campaigns in the world. You want to know why? Because they're awful. Dolphins and sharks should have a swapped reputation. That is my hot take. And the reason I say this is because I live with more than one marine biologist, and they say the same thing. Like, I run in circles tied to marine biology. I myself am not in marine biology, but like, I know marine scientists, and they are just like, listen, sharks are just sea puppies. Sharks, yes, they will kill a human if you like do everything wrong, but in like actually 99% of the time, they're not even going to try and bite you. Unless you're like actively doing everything in your power to like look like prey and also blood is in the water. Dolphins, meanwhile, will go around and bully other animals. They will assault other animals, knowing it's wrong. They will like get high off of sea urchins, which is really funny. I gotta say, that's really funny to me. They will teach their young to do awful things. They induct their youth into their sinful history of an ancestry of debilitation and desecration. Sharks just roll up and be like, "What's up, bro? You a seal?" "Nah, I peace." Yeah, exactly. Coldest take ever. You'd be surprised. You would be surprised. Dolphins also just don't look scary on top of making cute. You're gonna tell me this is scary? You're gonna tell me this is scary? But like, sure. If you're looking at it while this is like rearing up from the water at you, yeah, this might be kind of scary. Because that's it, like, hippo, open mouth. Yeah, in the same way that a hippo doing that is going to be scary. Because that's a creature opening its mouth to eat you. The fact of the matter is that it doesn't matter if it's a shark, it doesn't matter if it's a hippo. I would say the hippo is scarier. Not even just from a, oh, hippos kill more people, but like a, look at the mouth shape. This one has little like triangles. This one has freaking tusks. Aren't dolphins the only other animal that has the brain capacity to say, do that one crime? Yes. And like they assault other creatures. They understand the idea of a creature not wanting to engage in hanky-panky, and then they do it anyway. And dolphins, therefore, can sin. Now, what I will say is, I'm sorry, are they cetaceans? Or like dolphins and whales, are they all cetaceans? Is that the terminology? But other cetaceans, like killer whales in particular, are actually one of my favorite sea creatures. Can dolphins produce sins? I think that would be hilarious. I think a hunt where the host is a sin would be hilarious. Yeah, everyone immediately is like, do they have grace? Can they fight in CAIN? I mean, like, listen. In media, for years now, there has been the idea of, oh, the government is training dolphins to like go out there and like have GPS trackers that can like track boats, and they're trained by ultrasonic frequencies that they can go do stuff for the US government. Like, I don't see why CAIN can't do that. Can they be a virtue? Yeah, like my homebrew virtue, it's gonna be a dolphin. I like Arrow streams because they always show their cetaceans. Well, is that what this is? Is this showing my cetacean? Is that what the kids are calling it nowadays? Is that what this is? Dude, like they made, like, Rio made me so hot. I can't even front. Like this just made me hot. I'm so not used to that. There's been like a single digit number of pieces of fan art that have made me hot. It's so weird. It's so weird. I'm sorry. I'm done with that. Virtue. Oh, right. We're talking virtues. I forgot. I have a CAIN supplement. I forgot about that. Imagine if we have a dolphin exo and gamma so they get more rights than regular exos. Goodness gracious. They're about to axe kick you. Oh my gosh. We have an hour. WTF are you talking about? I don't even know, dog. What's CAIN? I already explained CAIN. I had a whole arc where I was explaining what CAIN was. Okay, long story short. CAIN is a TTRPG where you play as exorcists fighting against physical manifestations of trauma called sins. In this game, virtues are high-level XOs that can act as your mentor. In this supplement, I have added information on how to become a virtue. I have added mechanics on how you, as a character, can become a virtue. So let's talk about that. I thought CAIN was a guy who killed another guy and that was a big deal. Actually, that's just propaganda. Who would have thought? That's under heaven propaganda. The Russian trained a beluga whale to hunt/plant mines. It defected to a bay in Norway and became a celebrity before mysteriously being found dead. No, the KGB. I thought CAIN died in the last episode of spoilers on this show that I don't watch and don't care about. Okay, virtues. How virtues are different. Virtues are still XOs. They range from Cat 5 to Cat 6. In lore, they range from Cat 6 to Cat 7. 6-7. I made it Cat 5, Cat 6 because everything in my setting is slightly less powered. With some even approaching Cat 7, but they still suffer sin marks, sin marks, sin overflow, and the crushing expectations of CAIN. They still bear the stain of grace and are considered subhuman. The only difference is their leash is a little longer. So, couple things that make my virtues different than standard CAIN canon. Virtue deployment. Virtues don't have a dedicated base they're deployed from. Wait, what if under heaven are the ones using dolphins? Because as we know, dolphins are evil. They are stained by sin. So CAIN does not care about them because they're not human. However, under heaven might, because under heaven are human supremacists, sin supremacists. They want to move beyond humanity. What if the future of humanity is dolphin? They have 6 under heaven virtue equivalents, all of whom are stylized off of the 7 or 8 deadly sins, and they're all dolphins. Memes, the DNA of the soul. In this short time I've been here, I found this seems like the channel complete fever dream, and I love it. Would you believe me if I said this is one of the more coherent conversations that I've had? At this particular instance, every single topic swap has been related to the one prior. Like, listen, we talked about category in CAIN, then we talked about cats, then we talked about my dog, and then we talked about like dogs, then we talked about puppy girls, then we talked about clubbing, then we talked about cabedon, and then we talked about like the leg image. Like we keep going from one topic to another, not because it doesn't make sense, but because my stream of conscious is a river. And most people dam it with medication. I am not medicated. It's just like my brain. Yay! I mean, dolphins do have massive brains. Most of that brain is for echolocation, but still, that is brain. Dolphin Souls 3. Okay. Virtues don't have a dedicated base they're deployed from. The closest would be the orbital platform Seraph, but that's only been operational for under half a century. Not to mention, more than one virtue is resistant to the idea of being locked up in a box in space. To authority, keeping virtues planet-side means cost savings, and orbital drops can only happen in whatever region Seraph is above, after all. Hope and Chastity are the only two who spend any amount of time above Seraph while active, with Fortitude often being stored there during stasis as an additional precaution. Being active in all parts of the world under all regions of CAIN, each virtue tends to have a handful of sites they prefer to be stationed at. These are primarily black sites, but certain virtues such as Faith have detention centers they frequent, while Hope has regular contact with close to a dozen monitoring stations. So Faith, for instance, is a regular face at Site Alpha, right? So in my setting, I established Faith and Absolution often go to Site Alpha. Site Alpha is where a bunch of XOs are stored. They send out from like Central California, Southern California, sorry. It's outside LA. And so like Faith, one of the sites that she stays at, like when she's active and when she's not in stasis, and Faith is never in stasis, is just Site Alpha. And then there might be another site that she goes to and stays for like a month at a time between deployments. And so I like the idea that instead of all of them just going back up to Seraph, they do have like, yeah, Justice really likes spending time at Site Omicron, because Justice like vibes with the culture of Site Omicron, and therefore that's one of like the 6 sites that Justice will spend time at, and that's like their North American site that they spend time at. Kit the Lowcat X rookie. Oh my gosh. Prepare for Virtue Fall. Dun 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 dun. Where a virtue spends their waking hours is their decision in most cases. The net is cast wide enough that any area of the world can request a virtue deployment and receive aid in a reasonable time frame. Cryo-freezing. Okay, so in lore, in CAIN canon, Seraph is this giant space station in the air, in low orbit. all of the virtues, all of these high category XOs are stored up there, frozen in cryosleep. They are unfrozen, they're orbital dropped onto a sin event, they kill the sin, and then they're brought back, and then they're refrozen. Because the whole idea is that we want our virtues to be as long-lasting as possible. That's kind of dumb, because cryo-freezing doesn't work. Like, yes, magic is real, however, cryo-freezing as it exists doesn't work. So, from the rustic origins in Nordic snow burials to modern liquid nitrogen baths, CAIN has sufficiently proven that cryo-freezing doesn't actually work. At least, not to the required level of practicality required of CAIN's finest. That said, CAIN realized before its first centennial the need to preserve its most powerful assets for longer than their natural lifespan would dictate. For multiple centuries, it utilized a group of tension users. That's one of the blasphemies you can use. That's all about locking things in place, creating barriers, creating and cutting connections, known as the Crypt Keepers, who would inflict and maintain a stasis state upon high-value assets. This induced a sleep in which the asset would still age, albeit at a much slower rate. They would also be protected from healing or harm, retaining whatever state of injury they're in upon internment. Upon being released from their stasis, it took assets a number of days to reacclimate to their physicality and reclaim functionality. Crypt Keepers, therefore, were also responsible for the rehabilitation of virtues upon reactivation. These assets. This stasis sleep needed to be maintained daily, with each asset's keepers taking on their own rituals over the generations to ensure their task was maintained. This dogmatic adherence to ritual, coupled with their hereditary training for asset rehabilitation, led to a culture of veneration among the Crypt Keepers towards their sleeping charges. This grew to a cult-like devotion over the decades, spreading to other sectors until CAIN officially termed high-value assets virtues before the end of the 18th century. The number of Crypt Keepers rarely ever exceeded a dozen, even as CAIN expanded to the global theater. A site with a virtue in stasis on its premises is designated blessed, which aside from Seraph is always a black site. This designation is entirely descriptive, with Crypt Keepers moving between sites to follow virtues. A given site will rarely have more than 2 or 3 Crypt Keepers at a time, given their practice of a single master only ever taking on 1 or 2 pupils. Crypt Keepers rarely exceed Cat 3, devoting all of their psychic energy to virtue preservation. However, they occupy their time in the research and production of grace artifacts, being considered authorities on all cursed items available for requisition. Though they technically fall under the purview of Castle, they're effectively their own silo, and prioritize orders from active virtues above all else. Fact. Faith has a poor relationship with Crypt Keepers, both being immune to their stasis as well as not needing it. They see her as anathema, while she sees them as a weirdo cult. So, what I did here is I did 3 things. 1, cryo-freezing doesn't work, but I like the idea that they preserve they extend the natural lifespan of their virtues. So I looked at the blasphemies and I figured tension would make a lot of sense that historically they just lock them in place. They like lock them in place, and then it's not very efficient. They still age. They have to have a downtime after being unfrozen, but it works. And then the Crypt Keepers were the ones that made it so that virtues end up being called virtues. They go from being high-value assets to being called virtues. That is now part of CAIN vernacular, official terminology, after 100 years of this. The other thing is, well, what do the Crypt Keepers do when they're not freezing virtues? Because if I have to go up to a virtue and have to spend 1 psyche burst on them, and then I leave, and then I have the remainder 23 hours and 45 minutes of my day left, what am I doing? And so I was like, well, what's a niche that hasn't really been explored in any branch of Castle thus far? Cursed objects, cursed items. And what makes sense for a historical organization that has a really high tie to virtues, and all of whom have the most protective blasphemy, working with volatile and misunderstood grace artifacts. Idea for a character who uses a sword so powerful that it's stored in orbit and delivered to them rods from God. That's kind of chastity. It's kind of chastity. It's just a mech suit instead of a sword. Ooh, there's a minor hint of lore about the spindle in GFF4. Ooh. How rare are virtues? How many are there approximately? And do they get assigned names like that? Okay, so in CAIN canon, there is 6. There is justice, fate. Let me write this up. Let me actually just do this. In CAIN canon, there's 6 Let me. There is justice. This is like the lawbringer. This is the executioner. This is the harbinger of Cain's will, absolutely, without question. This is faith. This is the only known person who does not have any amount of grace in their body. They are immune to psychic phenomena. There is charity, or the charities. Their blasphemy allows them to basically mind meld and also like bodily average individuals. So these two people are both one charity, and they are distinct individuals who nonetheless have both been subsumed into charity and both call themselves charity and can know what each other think. They are effectively, like everyone says that they're the force femme virtue, but with charity, it's more like you take two people and you average their personalities and their experiences and their bodies together over time. You have fortitude, which is the greatest weapon that CAIN has in its arsenal. Fortitude in canon is likened to saying using a hydraulic press to crack a walnut. Fortitude is not anything other than I want this entire city leveled, right? A sin is on the loose in petty. We don't need petty anymore. Send in fortitude. Petty is gone. Petty is wiped from the map. Like, petty does not exist anymore, which would be very bad in something like petty. We have... Right, who's next? Not prudence. Is it prudence? Who am I forgetting? Hope. Makes sense I forgot Hope, because Hope is on Seraph, that orbital space station. Hope has the blasphemy that allows them to wipe memory from people. And Hope is super useful when it comes to keeping the secrecy of Veil secret. And then Prudence. So I didn't forget Prudence. It was that I skipped Hope. And Prudence is the negotiator. Prudence has the ability to, if you make a deal with Prudence, if either of you break it, you die instantly. So Prudence has a really, is an expert negotiator, can make deals, can communicate effectively, and enforce those deals psychically. And yeah, Prudence's cut does suck. I'm not gonna lie. Someone in chat, someone in Discord was asking like, hey, what is Prudence's haircut? I think it's the Ahoge. This one? I think that ruins it for me. Wait, Fortitude has suspenders? No, Fortitude has a belt. Like these are belts. Like, don't worry, I've spent enough time looking at Fortitude art. I spent enough time looking at Fortitude art to know that they don't have suspenders. I would have known. Although, in fairness, like when I look at Fortitude, my eyes are drawn up here, and then they're drawn like wow. Like, relax, bro. Your pants are safe. You don't need all that. That is fair. I ain't even gonna front. I see Fortitude, and like this is the extent of where my vision goes. Like, I see this, and everything else is just like blacked out. I suppose it would be like, right. I see this, and like I don't see anything else. I just see the mask and I see the arms, and I'm like, wow. Anyway, so that's the official CAIN canon virtues. However, there are also 3 in the Harpocrates dossier, which is part of the CAIN expanded universe. And also, the Harpocrates dossier is widely considered to be the single most popular CAIN homebrew. So first up, we have Chastity. This is someone who has so much grace. Again, this is not canon, this is homebrew. This is someone who has so much grace in their body that physically touching another person makes them ill, and therefore they are like in a suit of armor that they psychically control and are always on Seraph, that orbital platform with Hope, right? You have Sobriety, which is someone who their power makes it so that they effectively see futures where they're going to die and can walk around that. However, it's still very painful for them. So they constantly are high or drunk or like consuming substances in order to dull the pain that they are constantly feeling from constantly seeing futures where they're going to die. And then you have Absolution, who is a woman that is a binder, that has bound a sin, a Cat 5 hound, to her after the death of her spouse. And so she is well known for executing with a super high execution rate because she sees it as a mercy for other sins and binders. And so with Harpocrates dossier, there are 9 virtues. With CAIN canon, there are 6. Now, obviously, Tom Bloom might release Games for Freaks Volume 5 and be like, oh, there's actually a 7th virtue, it's temperance. There might be like 3 more virtues added in. If someone else has Homebrew that's in the extended universe, those might be considered canon. I know Svelte, who is the creator of Harpocrates dossier, has other virtues that they've made that aren't in Harpdos. So I consider it 9. I run with, at the very least, I run with Chastity and Absolution. I don't know how I feel about Sobriety. Sobriety just doesn't interest me as much. I think it's because of how they're portrayed in their characterization, so I'd probably just change their characterization. Oh, really? Temperance is confirmed to be killed? Real and true love, fortitude, and how they'll just kill me, yeah. Just let down off the shoulders. No. The lumberjack let the suspenders down before really getting into work. These are not suspenders. I know, like, listen, if this is an excuse just to look at more fortitude images, I'm not upset. Hold. It's not long enough is the thing. What I think what it really is, what I really think it is I think it's, these are like, straitjacket pants. And these are bindings for Fortitude. And my assumption is that Fortitude had a jacket on that was the same. And Fortitude has taken off that jacket. And these held the jacket in place. That is my actual theory on what this is. Because, like, look at the difference between upper body, lower body. This does not look like something Fortitude would want to wear. This looks like what they would prefer to wear. Those are straps there. These? Like, listen, someone in chat is saying these are suspenders that are brought down. I don't think these are suspenders. Purely aesthetic suspenders? What is the jacket made of to restrain Fortitude? Probably whatever this is made of. And when, like, I don't even know, dog. Like, I'm sorry, I'm distracted. Like, I can't look at this image for too long. It distracts me. This is such a new experience for me, is to see a piece of art and just be like, wow. Hopes and dreams. Yeah, all of the dead hopes. They just chop them up and turn them into furniture. Turn them into clothing. So I set up the Crypt Keepers because I wanted it to be, why are they called virtues? How are they stored? And who does like artifacts? Who does research? Crypt Keepers have a job that they do, which is like researching arcane and cursed artifacts. And because their blasphemy power is tension, because they're not on the field, because they're not in combat, they don't have to worry about all of that stuff. Bird 2 can level cities. What kind of straitjacket can? Yeah. Let's keep Fortitude in the corner of the screen though. Say less. Oh, you don't even have to tell me twice. Wait. Okay. I'm gonna do something. And you can't get mad at me. You have to promise you're not gonna get mad at me. I'm gonna put away Fortitude. I'm gonna put away fortitude. You can't get mad at me if I do this, all right? Okay? I need to hear you say, you're not gonna be mad at me if I do this. We have sacrificed the keys to appease fortitude. But like, look, now it's like fortitude is behind me. Fortitude is approaching. Fortitude is rapidly approaching your location and mine. I told you, you can't get mad at me. You said you wouldn't be mad at me. Who's the dom now? Whoa, panic. Get the art. Respond with order of our own. Okay, I'm actually gonna step away for just one moment. Did someone really say Arrow, Cabedon, and Fortitude? Is this the ideal? Is this the ideal fantasy for stream? Just me Cabedoning you with my leg? Or again, we decided on what the name would be. It wasn't like Metadon. As Fortitude is approaching. Make your profile picture Arrow's current profile picture. I actually do need to change my current profile picture. I need to change my profile picture because it's like with my 1.0 model. I technically am on like a 1.5. I've done some updates. I've changed my hair. I've changed my outfit. Fortitude watches. Am I cocking Fortitude? Is that what this is? It has no nose. You look like Voldemort. This is a nose. I don't think you understand what a nose is. This is very clearly nose goes forward. Like, this is the back of the nose. What do you want about? You silly creature? You absolute buffoon? Why is this so big? We're talking about the profile. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Change your username to older, cooler Arrow, right? Oh my gosh. Who would win, Arrow or Fortitude? Fortitude, easy. Ah, Fortitude exploded Arrow? Yeah, I wish. It's like leaving animal separation anxiety a doll while you're out of the house. We have been forsaken. There's nothing between the rapidly approaching Fortitude and us. Oh, chibi fan art? There is definitely chibi fan art of the virtues. I think Svelte has made some. Again, creator of Harpdos. Okay, so Crypt Keepers, all that. Talked about them. In modern times, though, since its discovery, harnessing and tenuous mastery, Flux, another blasphemy that is canonically more recent than the other 11. That's time magic, effectively. has been put forward to take over tension's historic role in virtue freezing. It fully stops the flow of time around an asset, completely removing their aging. And upon release, the virtue experiences disorientation and derealization that fades over the span of a day with no physical debilitation. However, given the infrequent manifestation of the blasphemy, alongside its tie to a captive sin, some virtues prefer a stasis sleep. Many crypt keepers refuse to learn flux on principle. While frowned upon by authority, neither of these practices have been officially reprimanded. It was standard CAIN policy that half of the virtues are to be kept in stasis at any given time, with that amount increasing in times of peace to maximize their longevity. Over the past century, however, the acceleration of grace buildup, dissemination of trauma, and degradation of the veil has led to increased concerns regarding virtue responsiveness. The one butterfly policy, implemented in 2020, officially reduced the minimum amount of virtues to be kept in stasis to 1 at all times. This was a unanimous decision reached after nearly 2 decades of active deliberation by the Board of Authority. It was set to be re-examined for renewal or annulment in 2070. And then note, I posted on Discord and people are like, "Wow, that's so good." A single butterfly flapping its wings can cause a storm to rage across the globe. A single virtue possesses significantly more power than a butterfly. So the idea being is that in 2020, after multiple decades of like worse and worse and worse stuff, they're like, okay, we're gonna have one virtue on stasis at all times, no exceptions. However, if we need to clear like 7 other virtues, that's okay, right? What? I would love to see political maneuvering from the Crypt Keepers, preventing CAIN from adopting more efficient techniques to replace them. Feels very CAIN, old institutions. Yeah. Why are we burying your comment? What have gathered from your homebrew is that Faith dislikes parasocial people? Yeah, basically. When would you use the virtues in your game? Okay, so when I use the virtue in my game, I've had 2 virtues show up in my game. The first one was on a hunt that was a metamorphosis, which is not canon. This is my own creation that also other people have come up with independent of me, but like I made this. Hi, Falcon. A metamorphosis is when you have one sin, like a lord, and it turns into a spider mid-hunt. And effectively, that makes it 2 separate hunts. Pressure gets reset. The severe attack gets reset. All the domains are changed. All the trauma questions are changed. Like, so a metamorphosis is a really bad thing, because if I go in expecting to fight a lord and I end up fighting a spider, that's really difficult. So that happened in my game. And as a result, more XOs were sent in and more XOs were sent in, and it kept like they were really struggling. And so a virtue was cleared for deployment. And what happened is that the virtue got there after they managed to kill the spider. However, there were 2 imagos and everyone on the team was wiped. Like most of the XOs present had no resources left. And so when the virtue got there, it was Justice. And Justice gets a sit rep, gets a situation report, and basically says like, okay, you're doing this, we're doing this, I'm doing this, let's go. And had a very tense conversation with all of them. And what ended up happening is that of the XOs present, 5 of them would go after one imago, and Justice would go after the other. And everyone else, which I think was another 5 XOs, would go home. Because they were like too injured, or they had no psyche bursts, or like anything. There's more context. You can watch prior streams if you want to hear it. But Justice showed up and effectively like one-shot this imago. As these 5 did not even take on the imago. These 5, only one of them made it back, and the other 4 were all like taken by the imago. And that's what they're dealing with right now. So that was one virtue. The second virtue is after one of the XOs hollowed, a narrative event that basically meant that her soul left her body, her mind fled from her body, which I've added mechanics on how it might happen. She needed to be taken to Site Alpha. And so Faith, the virtue, shows up and escorts her. But in doing so, also speaks with all of the XOs and like gives a talk with them. And Faith showing up did 2 things from an in-story perspective and 1 thing from an out-of-story perspective. In story, in universe, from a Watsonian perspective, Faith was showing up to 1, escort Mix to Alpha, and 2, as a show of strength by CAIN admin to intimidate the Valentines, because the Valentines were like being kind of insubordinate at this point. Faith showing up was a reminder, hey, we can just call a virtue on you. And then out of game, from a Doylean perspective, this was me introducing Faith, introducing another virtue, and giving my player the opportunity in order to bond with her, which my player did not take. However, that said, it also did a second out-of-game thing. That was a secret out-of-game thing, which is reinforce that the path to virtue is open to my player. But how do you actually become a virtue? Well, I'm glad you asked. Becoming a virtue. To become a virtue requires an XO to meet a number of conditions. 1, they must be Cat 5 or higher. Makes sense. 2, they must have executed a Cat 6 or higher sin. Exceptions apply for an execution of a Cat 5 perfect sin. So, Cat 6, the most powerful sins that have ever existed. Cat 7 is a category, but Cat 6 is the highest level sin that has ever been recorded. Perfect sins are when an exorcist, someone that has psychic powers, becomes a sin. They're way more powerful, they're way more dangerous, and therefore it makes sense that if I'm Cat 5, and I've never fought a Cat 6 before, but I've slain a Cat 5 perfect sin, I'm probably badass, I'm probably really awesome. That's probably enough to become a virtue, right? They must be referred by 3 asterisk virtues to the board of authority. And they must have manifested or inherited a unique unleashed blasphemy. We'll get to that later. It is not the applicant's decision on whether or not they apply. The decision is made by their site director, a bonded virtue, and or a member of the board who they caught the attention of. A submitted applicant will be discussed by the board with testimonies provided by referring virtues as per their availability. Acceptance is determined by a simple majority vote of the board at the end of this month-long process. Refusal is not an option. Retirement is off the table until the stain is wiped away. Although note, different virtues hold varying levels of trust within CAIN. A referral from justice waives the need for a referral from other virtues. A referral from fortitude increases scrutiny of the applicant. So, this is, yes, you do need 3. However, if justice recommends you, justice probably has only ever recommended a single-digit number of people. That's like, justice will not recommend you unless justice is 100% sure you're going to be loyal and effective and competent and long-lasting sustainable, right? So, like, justice is going to be super difficult to get a referral from, but if you manage that, one and done. Meanwhile, fortitude, not really well liked, not very well trusted, not very politically savvy. So if fortitude recommends you, the board is going to be like, what's wrong with this one? What did they do? And so, like, prudence or the charities or faith, like, they all like have sway, but they like are all basically equivalent to each other. When an XO becomes a sin, they should be cat equal to theirs plus 1. I think it's you just turn into the same cat. However, what I found is that after reading Games for Freaks 3, a perfect sin can be minimum of cat 3. So Snake in my game went from cat 2 as an XO to a cat 3 perfect sin. If you slain a cat 5 perfect centipede, you're automatically qualified for whatever the heck you want. May I share my personal writings on virtues? I mean, you can. I won't necessarily read them because I'm focusing on this and I have half an hour before I gotta go. Got distracted and left. I'm 29 minutes behind. Hello from the past. Hello from the future. Okay. Inheriting virtue titles. The most common means of becoming a virtue involves inheriting the title from a fallen one. The relative commonality of virtue title inheriting does not mean it happens often. This requires the inheriting XO to have a full bond with the virtue, be it of cat 4 or higher, and have a genuine understanding of the virtue psychology. So 3 steps. Have a full bond with them, bond level 3, be of Cat 4 or higher, and have a genuine understanding of their psychology. You can't just say, oh, I bonded with them. You have to genuinely, really know them. Upon the virtue's expiration, their unleashed blasphemy, which is not a high blasphemy, separate from high blasphemy, will attempt to latch on to whichever bonded XO is closest. If the XO does not meet the requirements, full bond, Cat 4 or higher, genuine understanding, they are infused with grace and overwhelmed by its power, immediately succumbing to sin overflow. They must roll to resist or give up as the unleashed blasphemy jumps to the next closest bonded XO. The only known exception to this is the unleashed blasphemy entwine, where if one charity expires, the others take on the entirety of their shared blasphemy, regardless of distance. Surviving charities have described this sensation as soul-rending, though this has not been verified by Temerity. It is unclear what would happen to the entwined unleashed blasphemy should there only be a single charity who then expires. Because I like the idea, charity has never been in a situation where all charities died. I think there was always a situation where at least one charity survived. That just makes sense. Should a virtue expire without any exorcists capable of harnessing their unleashed blasphemy, again, full bond, Cat 4+, psychological understanding, it will induce sin overflow in every single bonded exorcist before dissipating permanently. So if I am a virtue and I die, and some dude and Celine and Dark and Beluga, all of you are bonded to me, and all of you are bonded at level 0, level 1, maybe level 2, but none of you are Cat 4+, none of you have a level 3. If some dude is physically closest to me and I die, my unleashed blasphemy will jump to some dude. Some dude, you are not Cat 4. You are not level 3 bonded with me, and you do not have a full understanding of my psychology. You undergo sin overflow, and the bond and the unleashed blasphemy jumps over to Celine. Now, maybe Celine, you're Cat 4, but you only have a bond level 2 with me. You do not meet the requirements. You also undergo sin overflow, and it jumps, and then it jumps. And then because it goes through you, and then Dark, and then Beluga, and then no one else is bonded with me, it just dissipates and goes away. So, due to the danger inherent to an unleashed blasphemy unable to find a new host, all virtues are required to bond with a quota of XOs Cat 4 or higher, with one always offsite for virtue deployments. All relationships are to remain within professional guidelines. CAIN recognizes how very not good that is, and therefore, as a virtue, I have a quota of Cat 4+ XOs I need to be bond level 3 with, so that if I die, we don't have a cascade. And if my buddy, if the one who's closest to me dies before I die, and then I die, I have a backup, right? Yeah, a virtue dying could cause a massive imago event, which is why CAIN is just yo, you gotta have a quota, dog. You can't just only bond with people you like. We're going to send people to you to bond with you, even if you hate each other, purely because we need to prevent a mass imago. No. So Dark, CAIN says no virtue kissing. I do address virtue kissing in this. Birth of a virtue. Once the unleashed blasphemy finds a suitable XO, they are infused with grace in a sensation described as sin overflow, but good. The XO immediately regains all psyche burst and pathos. They permanently lose access to all other nascent and high blasphemies not tied to their unleashed blasphemy, and are unable to gain any going forward. So, if I inherit the blasphemy from prudence, and I also have law from justice, I lose law from justice, because now I have the full, unmitigated power of prudence's unleashed blasphemy. At the end of every scene, the XO is awake, but doesn't activate their new unleashed blasphemy. They take 1d3 stress. Upon activating it, the XO is unable to be set up or benefit from teamwork for the remainder of the scene as they struggle to harness their newfound power. At the end of the scene, they become comatose until the hunt ends. So, once you get this power, you have to use it, or else it's going to destroy you from the inside. And then once you do use it, it totally throws you off your game. You can't be assisted by anyone as you're struggling to maintain this power, and then you pass out for the rest of the hunt. The XO continues to take stress each scene and fall comatose upon using their unleashed blasphemy until they use it while Cat 5 or higher. This means Cat 4 exos may have to suffer through this for multiple hunts, where CAIN provides anesthesia between hunts to ensure the exo can survive until their next deployment. Because it takes like 4 missions, it takes like 4 deployments to go from Cat 4 to Cat 5. If you barely hit Cat 4 and then you inherit Hope's Veil, you have to suffer through 4 missions of going on it. Every single scene, you take a D3 stress. And then you pass out after using it because you are not a high enough cat to manage it. You cannot contain it. You are unable to effectively utilize your Unleash Blasphemy, but it is going to burn you from the inside. I come in and of course Arrow's talking about being destroyed from the inside. No, dude, you don't even know. It was worse earlier. Nascent Blasphemy, we'll get to that later. So the Unleash Blasphemy just chewing you up on the inside until you get to Cat 5? Yes. So, when the XO wakes up from being comatose for the final time, some of their memories and most of their dreams are not theirs. They carry the psychic imprint of every previous carrier of their blasphemy, permanently increasing their sin cap by 2. These memories are never clear enough to be useful, though they have a subtle effect on the XO's psychology, habits, and preferences. They are the same person, yet distinct from who they once were. Question, I was just a Crypt Keeper... What? I was just a Crypt Keeper's Faith technically isn't the only one who doesn't need them. Hope doesn't and Charity doesn't, so what's their relationship? So they don't need it, but they're still, like, they still use it. So, for instance, Hope and the Charities can still undergo stasis. It's just Hope and the Charities can also, instead of going through stasis, pass it on. They have both options. Blasphemy be like, you don't have enough badges to trade me? Literally. Also, when we be running CAIN like we did Biophage? Roy, do you want to play CAIN? I will run CAIN for you, and we can like run it on the Discord, and we can stream the game. I have experience running CAIN. I could very easily put something together for you. What happened to the Neolithic, huh? Huh, Rory? Fortitude's memories are just a montage of violence with BFG division? Yeah. So, Accelerated Ascension. You just want to run something? I want to do another TTR. So do you want to run CAIN for me? Dude, hit up my TMs. You have my TMs, dude. I never sent you anything on it. In fairness, I was busy making the girlfriend video. And now I'm done with that. Yeah, you're always down to clown. Accelerated Ascension. An XO manifesting or inheriting an Unleashed Blasphemy doesn't skip the requirements to become a virtue. Instead, they are fast-tracked along the path and shadow a virtue that is on good terms with them or the Fallen. This is both to ensure the aspirant survives the process to become a virtue with their Unleashed Blasphemy, as well as to build rapport with a soon-to-be peer. Given that the aspirant virtue doesn't have the bond network to pass down their Unleashed Blasphemy upon expiration, their safety on these missions is a top priority. Though with their skill as a Cat 4 or higher XO paired with Veteran Virtue, additional precautions are rarely necessary. Fact. XOs, which have been fast-tracked, often develop a mentor-mentee relationship with their assigned virtue, even extending beyond their induction as a virtue. Justice mentoring the new Prudence was a rare case in which this negatively impacted their working relationship. Because I love clowns? I really don't. Neko's the one that won't let clowns go. Wait, I'm gonna send you a DM. That's my DM. That's me hitting you up for planning later. Have you watched the girlfriend video? Yeah. Oh yeah? What was the video about? Anyway. Why does Prudence not like Justice? In Games for Freaks. In Games for Freaks 1. One of Prudence's dislikes is listed as Justice. So I like the idea that Prudence died, passed on their high blasphemy. Justice and Prudence were on good terms because they're both like rule sticklers. And then so Justice was responsible for training and like had a shadow that is the new Prudence. And then the new Prudence hated how much of a stick up their butt Justice was. So now the new Prudence doesn't like Justice because even though they had a good relationship before, this is a new person, a new XO. There's about Toxic Yuri, various trigger warnings, and Doom Mecha Yuri. Suspicious. Shut up, Rory. Exposed to the sea. Okay. This isn't really related to being virtue, but it is kind of related. So when they're exposed to the psychic sea, they can automatically block it from their memory as their psyche attempts to protect them. They can force off these mental blocks by spending all their remaining psyche bursts. And then if they don't, some stuff happens. I'm running out of time, so I'm kind of like speedrunning this. If they do, they get some stuff that can happen to help during the hunt. However, if they do spend all of their psyche bursts when they're exposed to the psychic sea and they're Cat 4 or higher, the XO may choose to view what was, what is, or what will be, so these things up above. Or they may dive deep into their subconscious and unlock their true potential, or risk drowning. If they dive deep, the XO plunges into the sea itself and steels himself against it. They immediately reduce their sin cap by 2. They then gain a nascent blasphemy, a mutation of one of their existing powers. If they already have a nascent blasphemy, it instead matures into an untempered high blasphemy. That is a power unique to them. So this is, if I have nothing, I gain a nascent blasphemy. If I have a nascent blasphemy, it evolves into an untempered high blasphemy. These are comparable in power level to law, or to null, or to shake, or to entwine, but aren't given to you by a virtue. Or you can drown, if you're Cat 4 or higher. The XO allows the psychic sea to wash over, through, and into them. They immediately increase their sin cap by 2. This cannot increase their sin cap above 12. If they have an untempered high blasphemy, it matures into an unleashed blasphemy. Then they make a d6 fortune roll. If they roll equal to or higher than their cat, so 4 or higher, their psyche is lost to the waves and they immediately fall hollow. We have an answer for what happened to Mix. Mix was Cat 4. Mix was exposed to the psychic sea. And Mix attempted to drown to increase her sin cap and failed. And so she hollowed. Other blasphemies. There are more blasphemies than the 12. Hi, Kiki. The most famous, is it possible to be unhollowed? It is. And Mix in my game has become unhollowed by the one way that in my setting you can become unhollowed, which is by purposely manifesting your distortion and allowing it to take over. All XOs can die and maybe manage to get out of the city and like get lost by CAIN, maybe slice the life it. How doable fun would it be to set up a CAIN one-shot that escalates into impossible odds and ends with Fortitude with Dispatch? It's all over. I mean, like, that's kind of what's gonna happen to Canine and Clapback, 2 of the XOs in my home game that I'm running. They ran off. So yeah, Mix in my home game got hollowed. An NPC got hollowed. Came back different. Her subconscious, her psychological id overtook her body. And now she is the same person but different. Other blasphemies. There are more blasphemies than the 12, the most famous being those high blasphemies of the virtues and their limited forms imparted upon bonded XOs, but the psychic sea is untamed and untempered, with many blasphemies reflecting that. Untempered blasphemies, powers, and items aren't understood to a level of acceptable risk by temerity and are restricted in use until authorized. This is typically only given to non-virtues when a sin event is unavoidable without immediate, decisive action, such as when a single increase in tension will fill out pressure, will fill out pressure 6. The breaching of such restrictions is grounds for a trial by an attending virtue, with execution deemed acceptable as punishment. Fact, fortitude is the only virtue to have never executed an XO in such trials. Why the heck would fortitude not execute you for that? Because fortitude respects it. Using your high, untempered blasphemy in a time where it is not an unavoidable, immediate, decisive action to avoid a sin event, just doing it to do it, just doing it because it's powerful, just doing it because you thought it was cool or it was useful or whatever. Fortitude respects that, and so is not going to kill you for it even though they hate you. Despite the fact that every other virtue is just like, yeah, that's incredibly unreasonable, that's abuse of your power, die. Dang it, I'm so hyped about this and I'm not going to be able to hear this stream for that long. Well, that's what the VOD is for. Is there homebrew for games devoted to running and hiding from CAIN? Probably. We have like 15 minutes left. Yeah. So tempering psychic phenomena involves recalling its user from the front lines and housing them in a black site, often for years at a time. The power is stress tested against captive sins, binders, and human convicts to fully understand its effects and limitations. Physical and psychological assessments are run concurrently to monitor the effects on the user. The process has been described as psychologically difficult for tested exorcists. Due to the time and resource investment required to temper a blasphemy, senior temerity researchers make the decision on a per exo basis. In most cases, the power or blasphemy is left to mature into an unleashed blasphemy through fieldwork, where tempering it into a teachable high blasphemy is the exo's first assignment upon becoming a virtue. So, in most cases, if I have a nascent blasphemy, I could be called from the front lines, temper my nascent my nascent blasphemy. I have a power that I can now teach other people. Cool. But it's not worth it most of the time. It costs time, it costs money. That's one more exo not on the front lines. And so usually they just wait for you to like survive, become a virtue, and then your first assignment is, okay, now you're a virtue, we're gonna pull you off the front lines. You're gonna spend 3 years tempering your high blasphemy so that now you can teach it to other people. Once temerity is a thorough understanding of the phenomena, the final step of tempering is creating a regime to instruct its usage to other exos in a repeatable manner. This is often rolled out in stages to particular high-trust sites before mass dissemination. But note, tempered does not mean safe. It means resilient, predictable. A tempered high blasphemy is not safe to use. It is one that they can pretty confidently say what's going to happen if you use it. So, what is a nascent blasphemy? A nascent blasphemy are mutations of existing powers altering how they operate. When gaining a nascent blasphemy, choose one of your powers to mutate. You lose that original power and cannot gain it again. You cannot mutate passive powers this way. Work with your admin to figure out how your power changes into a new, distinct manifestation. Consider the following. What sin would you transform into should you suffer sin overflow? How would you improve your blasphemy? What is your largest priority, the thing you would sacrifice everything for? The power changes aesthetically to fit these answers, such as taking on the elements of the exo's future sin, or stripping all but the features the exo deems best. It is distinct, but recognizable as the same power. The exo chooses a new name for this mutation, though it still falls under the schema aligned with its standardized counterparts of the same blasphemy. So for instance, if I have an ardence power, and I start with hell is one of the powers. Hell is a power that affects a giant wide open area, changes the weather, changes the environment, like makes the ground boil or makes the ground freeze or whatever. And I might say, okay, my character will become a toad if they turn into a sin. My thing that I would improve about it is I don't think fire and cold, I don't think temperature is the best way of affecting us. I think like physical transmutation is much more effective. And what is your largest priority? What would you sacrifice everything for? Let's say physical wealth. Keep it simple. So what this is that aesthetically, the power now, instead of changing the heat or cold of the environment, changes everything into gold. Transmutes everything into precious gemstones and materials. It changes the environment, and it's still like freezing cold diamonds, or it is molten hot gold. And it's still mechanically identical at this point, but aesthetically it looks different. And instead of being called hell, it has a new name for it that falls under the standard naming schema. So like hell, like furnace comes to mind, vault, oven, like all these things where it's like metal, or forge would probably be a really good one. Forge as an ability name. And then the power is accompanied by an uncomfortable sensation such as a visual, sound, or feeling the XO finds personally unpleasant. Maybe it's this feeling of like overwhelming, or maybe it's the sound of like molten forge. Yeah, that could work. Like maybe it's coins grinding against each other, metal in your ears, and like the XO like this is so uncomfy, and like everyone hears just like the sound of coins rubbing up against each other. Activating the power is never subtle and makes it impossible to hide its usage, even from the graceless. Those without grace rarely comprehend what is going on aside from bad vibes, but are notably on edge and may act irrationally. Incinerator? I think Incinerator would be a great one. A mutation involves adding a number of strengths to the power and adding some weaknesses. the XO chooses one enhancement, flourish, and synergy, then one drawback, cost, and criteria. Below are examples of each. So, an enhancement, the powers enhance beyond the normal bounds of what blasphemies are capable of. Enhancements passively improve the power and always are in effect. So, the power is always one cat higher than normal. The power's range is increased by one category, and if it was self, it now can affect any single willing target comparable in size to you, like an XO that you touch. If its duration is an instant, it increases until you rest, and if it was already until you rest, it lasts until the end of the hunt, or it gains plus 1d when you or an ally next take advantage of its effects, potentially stacking with other dice granted. So, you choose one of these 4 enhancements, or you come up with your own. As you can see, these are all passive, these are all minor, these are all just like, oh, hell, but it's always one cat higher. It's the mechanics of the ability hell, but instead of lasting for the scene, it lasts until you rest. It's the mechanics of the ability hell, but instead of having a plus 1d when you next take advantage of it, because you also chose this, it's plus 2d, right? A flourish, the power has an additional effect that bolsters its effectiveness. Flourishes always happen immediately after the power's resolution and are optional. So after the power's activation completes, remove all stress from yourself or an XO in the power's effect. Remove an affliction or all slashes from a single hook from yourself or an XO in the power's effect. Immediately use blast once on a target in the power's effect without spending a psyche burst. After the power's activation, you may activate the power again before the end of your following turn without spending another psyche burst. Any effects from the first usage fade upon the second activation. This does not chain into itself. So maybe for hell, maybe for incinerator, we blast one. So we increase its cat, and then we blast inside of it because like this burst of fire, this burst of gemstones and gold, and like this hit within it. Synergy. The power is now synergy to it, allowing for unorthodox application of it by creative XOs. Synergies usually interface in an unusual way with some other mechanic. So for instance, using Divine Agony on this power does not count against the scene/session limit, but reduces your pathos cap for the session by 1. Whenever you would gain sin to use this power, instead of spending a psyche burst, you may instead take twice that amount of stress. Upon activating the power, you may first ask the admin one yes or no question about a target in the power's area of effect, which they will answer honestly. Using the power is never risky unless you are in a conflict scene with a sin inside its palace. So, again, with this like incinerator example, we might say, because you're like burning yourself from the inside to use it, you take you can take stress instead of sin in order to avoid spending psyche bursts. So now we have an ability which is like gold and gemstones called Incinerator that we're flooding the field, and it's more powerful than normal. Maybe we're cat 3 normally, so it acts as if it's cat 4. It gets to blast for free upon its activation. It can deal damage for free on its activation, and it allows you to use stress to cast it instead of a psyche burst or sin. So it's very flexible. It is very damaging. It is very widespread, right? Maybe instead of having to specify that it chains, you specify if you spent a psyche burst to use this power. I did consider that. However, what if you spend stress or sin instead of a psyche burst? Right? That would kind of prevent it. Oh my gosh. Oops. Let's do this. So now we have drawbacks. Now we have weaknesses. The power has a drawback to it, some quirk that hampers its effectiveness. Drawbacks passively make the power more narrow in its focus and limit its ability to be used effectively. It always functions at 3 cat lower than normal, minimum of 0. It takes a full round to charge up before activating, acting as a threat that may be interrupted before your next turn. If it is, no psyche burst is spent. The power can only target sins and XOs or humans and objects. The group not chosen is immune to all of its effects, but still perceive them as they normally do. You cannot use Divine Agony on this power and lose all pathos upon activating it. Using the power means you cannot gain pathos until you rest. The power cannot be used outside of the Sin's Palace, the Psychic Sea, or an area where the Veil is comparably weak. So what if we have it where it's increased in cat, you can cast Blast inside of it, and also You can use stress instead of sin or psyche burst to cast it. However, you can only use it inside the palace, or inside the psychic sea, or where the veil is weak. So it's this idea where, because it's breaking reality, you can't do it in real space. Cost. The power is a cost associated with it, which must be paid following a successful activation. Costs are always paid immediately following the power's resolution and are never optional. After the activation completes, gain an injury. If you are at your maximum number, instead take stress. After the power's activation completes, lose one important memory. Describe why it matters. One of your skills with at least 2 dice reduces to 0 dice until the end of the hunt to reflect your disorientation. If you have no skills with at least 2 dice, reduce a skill with at least 1 die. After the power's activation completes, increment a 1d3 on a strain hook. When this hook resolves... See, you're beeping, you're not screaming. You need to scream. You need to scream to the heavens so that hell is drowned out. So when this hook resolves, gain an injury, and your psyche burst maximum is reduced by 1 until the end of the hunt. It also increments each time pressure increases. So this is like, it's worse than just taking an injury. However, it's less guaranteed. Well, thank you for screaming, everyone. I appreciate it. I was hoping to have made a virtue by now. So, I can go a little longer. I can keep going just a little. I have questions to answer. I have more CAIN supplement to read through. We can add like 20 more minutes to the timer. Homebrew making reminds me of an old joke. Ability, reality manipulation, drawback, peanut butter allergy. Glad to see your stuff is more balanced than that. Yeah, the goal of this is that even though I want you to be able to like do stupid stuff, I want it to be balanced. And I want it to be like, hey, if you like use this power, you have to choose, like, do you want an injury, lose an important memory? Do you want the chance of really taking a lot of bad stuff? Do you want to have to spend up to 3 KP? These are kit points. These are item points to represent consumable equipment you use to mitigate the psychic load. And for every KP you don't spend, gain more sin. After it completes, create a cat-length gestating talisman. It gets slashed once every time pressure increases or you use the power again. When it clears, when it completes, you instantly suffer sin overflow, give up, and become an imago. Like, these costs are no joke. These costs are crazy. However, none of them are like, if you use it, you'll be too scared to ever use it. It's just like, oh, can I really handle reducing one of my skills to 0 right now? Can I really handle the risk of taking a strain? Can I handle incrementing my gestating talisman? Yeah, I got plenty of time. Okay, so we're going to keep going. And I want y'all to scream at me again when the clock reaches 2 hours. And that's one where I want you to stop screaming only once like chat, like stream is over, right? Half an hour more. Criteria and one more weakness. The power requires specific criteria to be met before it may be activated, something you can bring about in any scene with sufficient preparation. Criteria rarely involve a direct cost such as stress or sin, instead altering your approach to using the power. You always know the exact moment it is fulfilled and when you are on the verge of it being fulfilled or no longer applying. The power has no effect on any target that did not utter the phrase, "I have sinned," within a minute prior to activation. The power has no effect unless you spill blood exactly 666 seconds prior. This can be self-inflicted without stress or triggered by damage, but must be activated on the second. The power has no effect on any target that believes you may be alive prior to activating it. They must know for a fact that you are deceased by whatever metric they'd believe. You must utter the phrase, "I command ye," blank, prior to activating the power, where the blank must be either the word die, atone/repent, confess, or flee. The power has no effect on targets that did not hear this command, and targets are immune to any effects of the power not related to your command. So these are all like... I was inspired by, how can I add in something weird and wacky, like Justice's Court? I don't watch live streams because I don't have the attention span, but I popped in to say that I found you and love your videos. Thank you. Welcome on in. The first in a long line of arrow lies. No! So, how are we feeling about if you want to make a improved power, if you want to make a nascent power, you change it aesthetically, you give it a new name, it gets a passive increase, it gets a second activation effect, it gets some weird synergy to it, but it also gets a passive decrease, it gets a cost associated with it after activation, and it has some weird esoteric like nonsense that you have to deal with it. My thought process is this makes it feel very different than the initial power, right? My conception is that as a nascent blasphemy, does anyone have... So let's make one. I kind of made hell to walk you through the process. Does anyone have a blasphemy and or a specific power they are interested in building a nascent blasphemy for? It needs a bit of DM fiat, but the examples do help give parameters. I mean, the entire thing needs DM fiat because it's making homebrew, right? It's making homebrew with the explicit intention of allowing you to go kind of crazy. Bond, vector, quickening from flux. So if we look at quickening from flux, tension, I'm going to say let's start with one that's physical. So like tension, vector, one of the ones that's like very obviously like a one and done. You think Dark Age? Tension is a gift. Okay, so tension is a gift to the keepers. We'll do tension as a gift to the keepers. We're going to start with one that's really easy. And then we're going to go on to one that's like a bit more odd and unusual. So severance is instant, short. All it does, you project a tension force of incredible strength over any edge, as obvious as a blade or as subtle as a fingernail. Use it as a cutting implement. Roll Psyche to cut an object or opponent up to cat size with a clean and decisive blow, only spending a Psyche burst on success. Gain +1d if you're striking to protect someone. Gain 1 against immobile objects. So, Psyche, half your cat. If you're cat 3, you roll 2 dice. You roll Psyche, you deal that much in successes. And if you fail, you don't actually spend any Psyche burst. And you get +1d if it's protecting, you get +1d against immobile. Now, let's walk through this. Let's make up an XO. Since we're doing tension, let's say that they're a Crypt Keeper. What sin would you transform into should you suffer sin overflow? Let's say Ogre. Because as a Crypt Keeper, you're like, I am stuck here. I will never leave this place. My entire life is spent in service of the virtues who won't even know I exist because they're going to be asleep longer than I live for. How would you improve your blasphemy? How would the Crypt Keeper improve tension? I think what they would do is that they would completely stop the flow of time. I think that they would make tension better at like healing them, stopping time, keeping the virtue longer lasting. Yeah, severance is simple enough to be potentially interesting. And what is your largest priority, the thing you would sacrifice everything for? I think this random Crypt Keeper's largest priority is the understanding of arcane information, right? I think that the understanding of artifacts is what draws this Crypt Keeper to psychic power. So they don't want to just be someone to like protect the virtues and like maintain their stasis until they die. I think how they would improve it, if we go the angle of they want to focus more on research, I think that they want more information actually. I think that they want more information from their powers. And I think that their large priority is artifacts. So your power changes aesthetically to fit these answers. So how would an ogre influence severance? How would severance, which, as it says, a force of incredible strength over any edge, how would this be ogre coded? Ogres are wet. Ogres are fat. Ogres are dark and scared and depressed and wallowing. Ogres are anything but subtle. Maybe it's like a blade of shadow, right? Maybe we coalesce a blade of shadow on a fingernail or on a blade, and it becomes just darkened from the world as it hides from the world, and it is this blade of shadow that as I slash forward, it cuts through the light, right? Now all they need to do is focus on the artifact for finding a stone mask, and they'll be deal. Oh my gosh. Instead of a sharp edge, it crushes with a flat side. That also works. More like a hammer? Yeah, what if instead of like a blade, it becomes a hammer? It becomes a force that you just wallop them with. You crush them with this thing. Awesome. And maybe It's that you project it forward with an object. Like, it doesn't need to be on a blade. Maybe aesthetically, you use it as a hammer and you use cursed objects and utilize their natural energy. What's a good name for it? So tension powers are Severance, Malleate, Fortress, Stasis, Aegis, Iron Soul. I think like Siege would be a great name. Right? Gavel would be a good name. Battering Ram, Wrecking Ball, Temper could work. Shatter might be good. Pummel's pretty good. Ruin is pretty good. So like that's the kind of thing we can do. So it still fits tension. It still fits the naming scheme of tension, but it's unique to this blasphemy and how it's tied to like an ogre and whatever. So what is the uncomfortable feeling the XO finds unpleasant? I think it gives a feeling of claustrophobia to everyone, because this is the feeling of being down in the tomb as they're doing the ritual to infuse the stasis on the virtue. It reminds them, it gives them the feeling of like when they're down in the tomb. Oppressive knowledge, exactly. So like anyone that is affected by this or in the area feels like they're in a tomb. It's musty. It's dusty. There's low light. It feels claustrophobic during the activation of this power. And now we go through and add one strength of each and one weakness of each. So this power. Big hammer. I like pummel. We're going to call it pummel, our big hammer. You smack something and you roll psyche and clean a decisive blow, only spending psyche burst on a success. Gain plus 1d protecting. Gain plus 1d against the mobile. One cat higher than normal. Its range is increased from short to medium. If it isn't instant, which it is, so we can't choose this one, or you grant plus 1d when you or an ally next take advantage of it. So we could do range. We could have it be, instead of pummeling something right next to you, you pummel something from even a medium distance away. We could have it be one cat higher than normal, which means that your cat size target increases, your psyche increases, potentially. We could have it be plus 1d because, like, if we call it shatter, for instance, we could shatter something and then its defenses, what if we call it sunder? What if we call it sunder and we take, it grants plus 1d when you or an ally next take advantage of it, because what it does is it sunders their armor. It sunders their weapon. You stun them, you disorient them, you hit them with the full force of your tension power, and suddenly their defenses are sundered, right? I think maybe cat is higher. So I feel like we have some options. Let's talk flourish first. Remove all stress from yourself. Probably not. Remove any affliction or all slashes. This could be you don't only sunder them, you also break through your own weakness. If you're affected by a sin's affliction, by sundering the sin, you also break free of the affliction. That could be really cool. Blast, obviously like the 1-2 punch. You hit them, and then as you're pulling back, there's a residual second explosion of psychic energy. You may activate it again. Sunder, you smack them, you pull back, next turn you smack them again. That could also work. I like all of these. I think that they all fit very well. I think the affliction one is a bit more interesting, because then what happens is I sunder and I break free of your affliction. Synergy. Divine Agony does not count against the session limit, so you can use Divine Agony multiple times, but it reduces your Pathos cap for the session, meaning that Divine Agony has diminishing returns. Whenever you would gain Sin instead of a Psyche Burst, you can take Stress instead. Upon activating this, you can ask a yes or no question, and using the power is never risky unless you're in a conflict scene with a sin inside its palace. I kind of like the yes-no, because if we go the Crypt Keeper angle of they want knowledge, they sunder you, and they draw back and they get information from you. I think there's a lot to be said to make it more impactful, more bludgeoning. No, that would be hilarious, because and that's the thing. What direction do we want this to be? Do we want this to be a power, which is it's a severe attack? Do we just want this to be a severe attack that it does 7 stress of damage once? Or do we want it to be something where it's a really big wallop and it removes an affliction and it also learns information about you and it kind of leans into the Crypt Keeper wanting more information? Pathos fits the ogre aesthetic, but yes, no fits the idea of searching for artifacts. And that's like, you could go either way. It creates a smashing wall if the user uses a ritual on it. The second one, I think we go yes, no. So what we have right now, we have Pummel, or sorry, we have Sunder, which instead of being a cutting edge is a giant hammer that you smash into them. We have, as an enhancement, that as claustrophobia and this crypt vibe encompasses everything, you gain +1d on your next action against it, and it clears an affliction from you or another XO, and you get a yes-no question because you are sundering its defenses. It is disoriented. You are sundering its power over you. You remove an affliction. You are sundering its privacy and its withholding of information. You get a yes-no question. What are some drawbacks? The power is always cat 3 or lower. So because this is up to cat size, this might be very interesting where you can't do it against a full proper sin. You can only do it against like XOs. It takes a full round to charge up. That could be really interesting where because instead of just a quick cut, you are slamming at full power, you need to charge up and then you fully wallop it. It can only target sins and XOs or humans and objects. We could make it so that it's only humans and objects. That would be kind of crazy. You cannot use Divine Agony on this power and lose all pathos upon activating. That might be good for the ogre. Instead of like using Divine Agony on it, it drains all of your Divine Agony. It is tapping into being an ogre and it leaves you emotionally drained after. The power cannot be used outside of the palace, the psyche, or an area where the veil is weak. That could work from the angle of you have always been around a weakening of the veil. You have always been around arcane artifacts and objects, and therefore that means you don't have experience in the real world. Flip a coin, you can asunder their defense or they lose their next action. Call it smash or pass. Oh my gosh. Maybe one of the drawback options could be high blasphemy, spend all of your psyche burst 1. So that happens next. The reason that I don't have that is because nascent blasphemies evolve into high blasphemies. To get a high blasphemy, you need a nascent blasphemy first, which is why high blasphemies already have that as a built-in downside. So I think let's go, you lose all pathos. You're drawing on your emotion. You're using your emotion in the swing. A cost, you gain an injury. You lose an important memory and reduce a skill. You gain a strain hook. You spend KP. You create a gestating talisman. I like the fact that we're kind of like leaning into the ogre aspect. What if we make it gestating? What if we make it anytime you use this, you lean into being an ogre? That's why you drain all of your pathos. That's why you're so strong. That's how you get information and sunder their affliction, is because you're kind of giving the ogre power. Hey, Feral. So gestating would mean that the more you use this, and the earlier you use this, the more at risk you are of going imago. Yeah, like losing memories is contradictory to the goal. And skills, we probably have at least one investigative skill that we don't want to lose. And now criteria. If they have not uttered the phrase, I have sinned, it has no effect on them. You must spill blood exactly 666 seconds prior. They must believe you are dead. They cannot think that you might be alive. You have to say, I command you with die, atone, repent, confess, or flee. I think this is one where we come up with a new criteria. What is a good criteria for this? I think we have to destroy an object, an arcane object. I think we have to destroy or carry a cursed object with us. I think part of this is tapping into a cursed object and then like using that as a catalyst, we draw on our own future sin and combine them to use it like a huge hammer, right? Have I gone over GFF3? Yes, I did that Wednesday. I also like the idea of using artifacts to mitigate how strong of a wallop you're doing. I also like that one too. I think that one's, I like a lot of what I made, as you might have guessed. You screw and smack that JoJo Stone mask and now you can do shot. Oh my gosh. So I say as a criteria, Let's add in, so it doesn't take KP, it doesn't take stress, it doesn't take sin. I think what it is that it's maybe it's they have to be in possession of a cursed object. They have to be in possession of a grace-infused object. Maybe you give it to them. Maybe they have it already. Maybe they picked it up randomly. But this power has no effect on a target that is not holding or next to a cursed object. Right? Because that's something where you have to plan around it, but it's pretty easy. Like, you can do that with preparation. So now, what our power is, throw it at them and yell catch, yeah. So now, we have Sunder. It's this big force of blunt force trauma. Roll Psyche. And up to cat size, and gain +1d if striking to protect, +1d against immobile objects or opponents, and also, after using it, anyone gets +1d next time they take advantage of its effects. Also, you clear an affliction when you use it. Also, you get a yes/no question upon using it. You learn about them while sundering their affliction and sundering their defenses. However, you lose all pathos upon activating it and can't gain pathos until arrest. You begetting gestating talisman, and you can only target individuals that have a cursed object. So that already is similar to, obviously, it's a nascent power. It's a mutation of Severance, but it is a distinct power. It is a separate, different power. Also, question, is 666 seconds actually 666 seconds, or is it supposed to be more so like 66.6? I said 666. It's just about 11 minutes and one D&D round. So the reason I said 666 minutes is because that's something where, yeah, you do have to plan for that. You do have to spend like 10 minutes prepping for that. You have to you have to spill blood. And like 11 minutes after, you have to be able to do it. You have to capitalize. So that requires prep. You can't just do that in the middle of a fight. Like, it could be 66 seconds, 0.6. However, like, a combat round in CAIN is still like only going to be a couple seconds, so it would still not be like an in-combat kind of effect. So anyway, here's some just notes. Like, in the powers area of effect, if it has a defined area, it only encompasses the target. For powers affecting one or more individual targets, it encompasses any target adjacent to them as well. So for the Flourish, for the clear one affliction in the powers area of effect, that can be you, or it can be any exo standing next to the target. Which again makes sense if like a hound is leaping upon your buddy and it inflicts an affliction upon them, you can sunder that by hitting the hound. So this is a nascent blasphemy. Note, a temerity researcher is assigned to each asset that mutates a power in order to monitor its standardization potential. To date, a single-digit number of mutations have been successfully tempered into standardized powers fit for usage by other exos. Maybe you don't specify 666 seconds, but 11 minutes and 6 seconds to let the reader figure it out themselves. I mean, so what I could do... Okay. What if we do 66.6 seconds? I think 66.6 seconds is more reasonable. Let's say that. So we have 10 minutes. Do you want to make an untempered high blasphemy now? Do you want to see what like properly evolving a nascent blasphemy from more than just severance but different to an actual different blasphemy power? So high blasphemies are unique, fully developed powers decoupled from any existing blasphemy. They are most commonly taught by virtues to those bonded to them, though summarized through natural growth from an exo's sin seed. These untempered, non-standardized powers follow different rules than those approved by temerity. Exos under Cat 4 are unable to properly harness the power of an untempered high blasphemy. It is theorized by temerity this is due to their inability to delve deep enough into the psychic sea. High blasphemies are as instructed by virtues are a standardized, sterilized option that can be passed down irrespective of Cat. So, if you are Cat 3 or less, You cannot dive deep into the psychic sea. You cannot get a high blasphemy. However, if you bond to a virtue, that does not interfere with virtue bonding mechanics, because virtue bonding mechanics are weaker, tempered, standardized templates. When a nascent blasphemy grows into an untempered high blasphemy, the XO immediately loses every power of that blasphemy aside from the mutation, and that blasphemy's passive. For every power lost this way, the mutation gains another strength of their choice of improvement, flourish, or synergy, but cannot repeat. So, if we're a tension user, only a tension user, and we have Iron Soul as the passive, we have Severance, and we have Stasis, because we're a Crypt Keeper. By mutating Severance into Sunder, we lose Severance, and then we upgrade it into an untempered high blasphemy, we lose Stasis, and gain +1 more strength on Sunder, right? The XO is no longer considered to be a user of that initial blasphemy, potentially changing their sin and XP caps. They cannot ever take another power from that blasphemy again, but spending XP on other blasphemies is unaffected. Any reference to that blasphemy in the associated passive always affects the high blasphemy. So, we are no longer a tension user, mechanically. However, we can never choose tension again. We only have Iron Soul and Sunder. We have no other tension powers. We can never choose tension again. We have beyond tension now. Notice, XOs manifesting an untempered high blasphemy are still stained by the passive power of its initial form, alongside the generalized blast power all XOs can utilize. Coupled with standard issue weapons, these are all the tools a virtue needs. So, CAIN is of the opinion, if you are a tension user, and you get a nascent power, you get Severance into Sunder, Sunder evolves into high blasphemy, you lose Stasis, now you only have Iron Soul, Sunder, Blast, and your weapons. CAIN says you're fine. You don't need more. So anyway, you lose all of the rest of your blasphemy. Then it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. The XO comes up with one stricture following either the format you cannot blank or you must blank. Either might be preceded by the phrase when possible. They always roll 0 dice on actions that would breach their stricture. If they do breach it, they take 1d3 non-lethal stress or lose access to their high blasphemy until the end of the hunt. Examples are below. So, example strictures. You cannot allow an insult to go unanswered. You must uphold CAIN's masquerade. You cannot express positive emotions. When possible, you must prevent the harm of humans. This is a la virtues, right? By the way, is tension any connected to fortitude, or the helmet plus red thing is more so coincidental? It is coincidental. In Games for Freaks 1, in Fortitude's lore section, it is theorized by Temerity that it is based off of a mutation of the sympathy power amplify. The amplify blasphemy. Which is why I was inspired to say the way you get a high blasphemy is that you start by mutation. And then you upgrade your mutation and it kind of subsumes the rest of your blasphemy. Fortitude, in my setting, was a sympathy user that can no longer use anything sympathy. However, Fortitude still has resonance. And they had Amplify, but then Amplify became like Power. And then Power, as a nascent blasphemy, evolved into a high blasphemy and became renamed Strength, right? So now they get this stuff that has become their high blasphemy and gets stronger and stronger and stronger. So, strictures. Well, CAIN also thinks you don't need to use sin in the field. That is true. That is exactly why I like writing CAIN like this. So, you get a stricture. If you breach it, you take stress, and you always roll 0 dice to break it. It is halfway, but also doubling what virtues have. Choose 2 special effects. They must either be both destructive or supportive. All of these effects can only target a human, XO, sin, or object within a cat area surrounding the power's target. You must be able to see them. Below are some examples. So, you can use 2 destructive abilities or 2 supportive abilities. Deal 1 slash to a sin's execution talisman. Deal 1d3 slashes to a trace Drifter, or Exo's execution talisman, destroy a cat or smaller object, section of structure, or section of terrain, remove something from a human or Exo's mind, be it a memory or skill or sense, kill a cat group of humans. Or supportive abilities, set up an Exo, remove 1d3 stress from an Exo, remove an affliction or all slashes from a hook from an Exo, ask the admin a yes/no question about the target, add or remove 1d3 slashes from any non-execution talisman. Then, the Exo decides on 3 yes or no questions they will have to answer upon activation. These must tie back to enforcing or upholding their stricture in some way, and often reflects the underlying rationale behind them following it. Below are some examples. Is the target an ogre or one of its traces? Are you using this power to gain violent, reckless revenge? Is this an act of mercy? If this power doesn't work, could you forgive yourself? Do you know the target's reason to exist? Is at pressure 4 or higher? Would Hope approve of using this power like this? Do you have an injury or affliction? If not, you may immediately gain an injury. And so when using the High Blasphemy, much like a severe attack, for every yes, you can choose one of your special effects to occur after all of the power's other effects. Multiple yeses can allow for the same effect multiple times, affecting the same or different targets. All of them resolve after using the power. So, if I choose deal 1 slash to the execution talisman and kill a group of cat humans, and my 3 questions are, is the target an ogre? Is this an act of mercy? Is pressure 4 or higher? If I target an ogre, and it's not an act of mercy, but pressure is at 4, I would get to choose 2 of deal 1 slash to the execution talisman and kill a group of cat humans. So maybe I choose deal 1 slash twice. So in using my upgraded power and in using upgraded Sunder, I get a free 2 slash on the Sin's execution talisman. No roll, no nothing, because I put in the work to say yes to these questions. I just get free slashes. I just instantly slash them. The blasphemy looks nothing like its original form and is unrecognizable as the power it once was. Give it a different name, unrelated to the original blasphemy's naming sequence. It is a different grace signature on monitoring equipment, unique to it. It is no longer Sunder, it is now something completely different, right? Stricture, whenever you take an action to inflict harm, it must be lethal and they cannot leave the scene alive. So that's a little bit much, but yeah, that's the kind of thing we're talking about. Scream. Scream. I want to hear you scream. Nope, not beep, beep, beep. I want you screaming. I want the wails of the damned to be drowned under the screams of the living. I want heaven to rattle from the shaking of your vocal cords. I want your lungs to give out, your brain to shut off, your heart to falter before quiet falls upon the world. There is fire. There is death, there is woe, and there is misery, and yet all pale in comparison to what you are experiencing right now. Oh, right, I forgot Fortitude is behind me. Hey, hun. Can you let the keys go back? Thank you. Sorry, I had to get Fortitude out of the way. Okay, the keys have returned. The timer's been stopped. It ended on 666. That's how you know it's good. Yeah, we gotta reset the speedrun. So, all is well. Screaming has been done. We have the keys back. Where's the fire? I mean, I can start the fire if you want. Like, I assumed that you would be screaming without me needing to set you on fire, but if you want the fire... Why is dangling keys behind you? Because Fortitude's not behind me, obviously. Clearly. So, the blasphemy looks completely different. It is impossible to hide it remains impossible to hide its usage, and the bad vibes the Graceless feel invariably send them into fight or flight, even if they have no explanation as to why. Activating it is immediately recognizable to any who are aware of the High Blasphemy. Now, in order to use their High Blasphemy, the Exo must spend all of their remaining Psyche bursts, minimum of 1. Note, only 12% of CAIN registered High Blasphemies are untempered, acquired by means other than virtue bonding. They account for 70% of High Blasphemy incident reports. So, we have Sunder. Sunder has its strengths, has its weaknesses. We went through, we made it, all that stuff. Now, 1, 2, 3. This Crypt Keeper, what is their stricture? I know you were saying, oh, kill, all that stuff. What if we have it be more like, you cannot let a secret remain hidden, right? Something like that. You must reveal all secrets. You cannot allow questions to go unanswered. That's kind of deal we're doing. We continue the stream. I'm going to wrap up the virtue thing, and then I'm going to do my Q&A, and then I'm going to wrap up. Another half hour on the clock. You cannot ignore a chance to learn something. You must remember your place. You can't ignore a chance to learn something. You cannot ignore a chance to learn something. So now if you ignore a chance to learn something, you would roll 0 dice on that and take 1d3 non-lethal stress or lose access to your high blasphemy. Now, choose 2 special effects. Do we want to be destructive or supportive? Our main ability is destructive. Our main feature is destructive, but it also kind of has some support aspects. We hit you and we sunder you to break an affliction. We sunder you to set up our allies. We sunder you to learn information about you. So we could very easily add more support abilities to this. I mean, I wouldn't even say if possible, you just must unravel any mystery you find. I feel like this is more interesting conceptually if we lean into the support angle. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking even though Severance is a directly combat ability, like already you're striking to protect another person. What if we add in you set up another ally? What if we add more information gathering? We could have it be that you remove more afflictions. You cannot ignore the chance to learn something. Enters the library. No! So what do we want? 2 of these support ones. I think set up an ally, affliction, yes, no. 2 of those 3. That would be mine. Because I like the idea of sundering. You're breaking them. And not only does that give the +1, it also sets someone up to take advantage of it. Not only that, you're breaking apart all of their afflictions, not just one affliction. Not just you're sundering them, you're getting a bunch of information about them. Then they ask 3 yes or no questions. So what are the yes, no questions related to our stricture? You say healing, so stress heal? We could have be stress heal. I think that if you want it to be healing and questions, reveal or I like unearth. Because not only can you unearth questions, and we can do yes, no questions. Not only can you unearth secrets, in which you are unearthing their secrets. Not only can you unearth a weakness, you can also unearth a foundation, and you can disrupt walls and foundation and a building, which ties back to tension. It has a little reference to tension without being explicitly tension related. Permalocking them with an open page of Wikipedia. No! So, I think yes, no question, and remove all slashes or an affliction, because now automatically you can remove an affliction or slashes, but in addition to that, you can remove more with yes, no questions. Is your pathos? Oh, do you have full pathos? That's a good one. So 3 yes, no questions. We could have, is the target an ogre, one of its traces? That's related, this is very ogre oriented. We have the gestating. So we have to be ogre. We could be, are you full up on pathos? And then maybe we could even do if this power doesn't work, could you forgive yourself? Because that's generic, but that is applicable. Device the components of the problem instead of try to solve a complex problem. So we could do you know the target's reason to exist? That's another question one. That's another answering one. That's one where it's it's related to information. If we aren't using examples, does the target know something you don't? That's boring because they always will, right? You always know what you had for breakfast this morning and I don't. You always know the name of your hometown if I don't know it, right? So I like the idea of that. Is the target withholding information you want to know? Is a very good evolution of that question. Exactly. You got it, Bob and Grog. At the same time, we both thought Not do they know something? Do they know something are they hiding something you want to know? So is your pathos full? Are they withholding information you want to know? And I like the ogre question. I like, because we have ogre references throughout this, I like the idea it's more effective against ogres. And then, so for every yes, if they are an ogre or a trace, if they're withholding information from you that you want to know, and if your pathos is full, you can remove additional fictions or hooks and or get yes/no questions. Right? And I like the idea of adding a bunch of yes/no questions, because yes/no questions can be, if I tell the sin, the reason for your alcoholism is your wife left you, will that answer a trauma question? And the admin will say yes or no. You can use it to confirm trauma questions. However, also, you could say, if I do this action, will this cause the ogre to target me over everyone else? That's like a tactical decision. You can use yes/no questions for anything. So it looks nothing like its original form. What's its new name? Unearth? I like Unearth. And now, instead of hitting you with like a psychic force of like a hammer, I think what it is that it's, instead of smacking it with a hammer, I think the earth like erupts underneath you. I think it's like a miniature earthquake. High blasphemy, Unearth does go hard. Exactly. And I think that now aesthetically, it's like a miniature earthquake, which is why you feel like you're in a crypt. You feel like you're underground. The earth like shrinks around you. The ground erupts underneath you. Unearth. Maybe entombs. Yeah, that kind of thing. And like, so now you can go crazy with the aesthetics of it, despite the fact initially, it started as a blade, like as obvious and as subtle as a fingernail or blade that cuts something, right? And now we have like EQ from Pokemon, right? That gives you information and like breaks apart afflictions. But it costs all of your psyche bursts. And now we have a high blasphemy. Now you are someone that has a high blasphemy. But a high blasphemy has got nothing on an unleashed blasphemy. Y'all want to hear about an unleashed blasphemy? Y'all want to hear about how I conceptualize making powers that the virtues have? Because that high blasphemy, that's the kind of thing that if someone bonds to you, they will get that power. They get unearth high blasphemy. You, as a virtue, get unearth unleashed blasphemy. Unleashed blasphemies are the true power of the virtue's blasphemies and are the height of an exo psychic power. These can only ever be properly harnessed by an exo of Cat 5 or higher, with particularly determined Cat 4 exos only managing to suppress its power until Cat advancement. There are only two ways of manifesting an unleashed blasphemy: by inheriting it from a fallen virtue or drowning in the psychic sea with an untempered high blasphemy. All unleashed blasphemies are considered untempered, though they can still go through the same tempering process to produce a tempered high blasphemy that can be passed on through bonding. So even though the high virtues, quote unquote, tempered their unleashed blasphemy, their unleashed blasphemy never gets tempered. They basically weaken it and make a standardized, repeatable form that you get from bonding to them. And that's what you give when you temper it. When manifesting an unleashed blasphemy as a result of drowning in the psychic sea, the exo gains a second stricture following the same format and restrictions as the first. However, the exo now suffers the consequences of breaching their stricture anytime, this is very important, anytime they are aware an ally breaches one of them and the exo did not earnestly attempt to prevent that breach. You now have two strictures that if anyone else doesn't follow them, you breach it. And that's why being a virtue sucks. Being a virtue is not just, oh, I have a couple rules I need to follow. No, being a virtue is like, you need to impose that on followers. You need to surround yourself by people who do that as well. You need to build a network of folks that think and act like you, which is part of why the bond network is so important. The weekend version is for other people. How does that work for Faith? Faith is an anomaly, and I'm not worried about that. Like, I'm not even going to try to mimic Faith because Faith's whole deal is she's an anomaly that has no grace and is separate from everyone else. So me trying to base mechanics off of her does not make sense. The EXO chooses another destructive or supportive ability, which must be the same type as their other special effects. They gain an additional yes/no question answer tied to their new structure, and for every yes, they choose 2 of their special effects to activate. A single question cannot activate the same special effect twice. Utilizing an Unleash Blasphemy sends a ripple throughout the Psychic Sea. Any sin whose cat 3 or lower than the EXO's immediately demanifests, banished or fleeing into the Psychic Sea. Sins whose cat is lower than the EXO's avoid them, consciously or otherwise. Sins whose cat is equal to or higher than the EXO immediately learn of their location and recognize them as an immediate pressing threat, and confront them sometime before pressure increases. Activating an Unleash Blasphemy within the Sin's Palace acts identically to the Nail of Abel, even without any prerequisite components. In order to use their Unleash Blasphemy, they must spend minimum of 3 Psyche bursts. However, it also gains a keystone, a specific circumstance in which the Psychic Sea itself fuels it. Choose 2 to 4 omens that weaken the veil, which this EXO cannot prepare around and are entirely dependent on circumstances as determined by the admin. Examples are below. A blue moon is fully visible on a cloudless night. The planets are in perfect alignment. A natural earthquake of magnitude 7 or greater hit the investigation area during the scene. No water above ground is flowing within the investigation area. A lone cicada rouses from its slumber, screaming alone into the silent sky. Mother is watching and helps her wayward darling. Should all omens of the EXO's keystone be present, their Unleashed Blasphemy can be used without spending any Psyche bursts. Other restrictions such as strictures and power costs still apply. An Unleashed Blasphemy's keystone is a rare, once-in-a-game opportunity for the EXO to wreak havoc on a scale otherwise unseen. In this state, a lone virtue would be able to fight multiple other virtues at once. Typically, a keystone lasts no longer than a few rounds. At most, it lasts a scene, but it should never occur when it would lead to anything other than unrestrained, ill-advised power tripping the EXO is going to later regret. EXOs are not human. This is a fact. This is because we are gods. So, this is what your Unleashed Blasphemy is. And it's less dramatic, or it's less like consistent than the increase from like normal to nascent or nascent to high, but it's still kind of crazy, right? So I like the idea of you get basically like 3 things. 1, you get a couple more things that make you feel more like a virtue. You get that second stricture. Your high blasphemy now takes more Psyche bursts. However, you get a 3rd destructive or support effect. So for instance, before we were talking like, oh, do you want to set someone up? Do you want to heal someone? Now we can also set someone up in addition to remove an affliction or hook and yes, no question. And you get a 4th yes, no question. And every yes or no is a double 2-for-1 special. So every one of the 4 yes, no questions gives you 2 effects. You can theoretically trigger 8 different effects. Now you can't repeat. You can't repeat in the same activation. You can't deal 8 slashes to the Sin's Execution Talisman, but you can remove 4 afflictions and ask 4 yes, no questions. You can set up 3 XOs, remove an affliction, and ask 4 yes, no questions. That's a lot. That is a lot for free, effectively. In addition to the normal effects of dealing damage, cutting cat size, +1d, +1d, like extra d to act on it, like all of that is in addition. And you have so much aura that any cat that is 3 or lower than you, any sin that is cat 3 or lower than you, immediately demanifests because it's scared of you. Because you're so cool, you're so awesome, you're so amazing, you banish weak sins by using it. Weaker sins than you that are not like cat 3 or lower than you run away from you. They avoid you. They do not want to see you. And those that are equal or higher than you are like, oh, this is like a threat. I need to go deal with this now. And if you use it in the palace, nail of Abel. Because it's like, oh, this big threat is in my palace. I need to go deal with that right now. And then obviously the keystone is, the keystone is dramatic. The keystone, I imagine, will not even happen every game. The keystone is intended to be, you are awesome, you are power tripping, you are one of the most powerful entities in all of CAIN. Feel like it. If a virtue needs allies that do not breach their thing, would a virtue player need some supportive NPCs bonded with them? No, so when I say that, I mean, like, if I am the virtue patience, and one of my strictures is, when possible, always talk an action through before doing it. And I'm partying with Mizzle, and Mizzle is like, okay, let's go into this room. I have to stop Mizzle and say, hey, let's talk about this first. Even though Mizzle is like their own person, they don't have my strictures. I have to talk it through with them, because if they go through without talking it through with me, that breaks my stricture. If I'm alone, no one is with me. No one can break my stricture but me. Now, if my stricture is like talk it through before I go through it, I'll just talk to myself. But I don't need people that are bonded to me. It's just if I'm with people that aren't bonded with me, I'm at higher risk and I need to be more on them. So a lot of people call this cinema. I'm glad you seem to enjoy it. You still get your nascent blasphemy after you get a high one, because otherwise you have a high blasphemy you can use once per mission, and then you're out of blasphemies until you take others. So what this is you take... So, like, okay. Crypt Keeper began with Iron Soul, Stasis, Severance. Becomes like Cat 4. Gains Severance, becomes Sunder. Nascent Blasphemy. So now they have Iron Soul, Stasis, Sunder. Evolves to a High Blasphemy. Sunder becomes Unearth. They lose Stasis. Now they have Iron Soul, Unearth, and that's it. They always have Blast. They always have Blast. Now, as an Unleashed Blasphemy, they still have Iron Soul, Unearth, the Unleashed Blasphemy, Blast, and yes, they are very limited in what they have access to. However, a single usage of an Unleashed Blasphemy probably is going to, like, turn a hunt from, like, a 7-round fight into, like, a 2-round skirmish. So there's a sin-killing speedrun board strat for recurring sins to just get to the closest sin and activate their untempered blasphemy. So, remember, not all of these recurring sins will actually be of like cat 2 or lower. Some of them will be cat 3, cat 4, cat 5. And also, demanifestation is seen as less ideal than execution. And what I would probably say is that anytime a sin is demanifested, in like a recurring sin is demanifested, it comes back faster. It is gone for longer when you execute it. So it is CAIN policy that you don't demanifest those, that you just kill them. And I think the virtues would probably have like a point system where it's like, it's 0.5 points if it demanifests, it's 1 point if you kill it, right? That would probably be how I'd rationalize it. Keystone, you have learned a secret that no one else alive knows. Well, so that would be a keystone that is perpetual, is the issue. And you can also kind of plan around that. I like the idea of like the planets are in perfect alignment. Like I deploy Fortitude to a location. Fortitude, it just so happens that exactly 100 years ago, that night, there was a massacre on the ground. And the moon is currently undergoing a lunar eclipse that is fully shrouded and hidden behind the clouds. And those are the omens that Fortitude needs to fully unleash strength. Oh no. And so Fortitude is like, because circumstances happened to come about that manifested, that unlocked their power, they are able to do incredible feats beyond even what a normal virtue would be capable of. Deploy the Fortitude picture for a sec. Yeah, I got you. You have just learned a truth of the universe. See, the issue with that is, like, why would you, like, why would that not count forever? Is my question. Right? So it's to be something you can't control. Yes. You cannot prepare around and are entirely dependent on circumstances as determined by the admin. Basically, what this is that if you're playing Virtue, if you're playing someone with an Unleashed Blasphemy, the admin, like once per game, like not even once per like hunt, not once per anything, like once in your character's playtime, will say, alone, like you hear the screaming of a lone cicada off in the distance. There's no flowing water around you, and you feel a presence beyond the veil as Mother's watching. And suddenly, for the next like 3 rounds, and no more, no less, your Unleashed Blasphemy is free. What are you going to do? And so, like, naturally, the player is going to, like, abuse it immediately, power trip, and immediately power trip and regret it. That's the goal. It gives the admin a toy they're allowed to give. No, and the ideal is that if it's like no above ground water, a lone cicada, Mother's watching, like, that's something that you could very easily be like, you're fighting a really tough sin, and you're like, you hear off in the distance a lone cicada screaming into the night. And then the player's like, okay, what does that mean? And then the admin's like, nothing yet. And then so now the player is like, wait. So there's no like rivers anywhere. Like, there's like water running in like a faucet count? Well, we're in the middle of the night. So middle of the night, no one's gonna be running their faucet. So maybe there's no running water. If Mother watches me, I might meet my keystone. And so suddenly, the rest of the scene, there's this back burner tension of, am I going to hit my keystone? And also, it gives the GM, don't tell your players this, it gives the admin a means of, if you're at like the Virtue level and you're fighting like a Cat 6 hound and your player is just rolling terribly and they're not able to do anything, the admin can just say, hey, the planets are in alignment. And the player goes, wait, and they look up, and then like there's a perfect like constellation appearance in the sky as they know that a natural earthquake hit earlier in the day, and so now their power activates. And now, even though they're losing to this Cat 6 hound, they get a get out of jail free card, right? And so it gives the admin both a means to tease and entice their player, but also it gives them a means to get them out of jail. I love giving people PTSD. I love that. Yeah, it gives the admin a toy they're allowed to play with. Exactly. So, I'm gonna step away for like 2 minutes, and then I'm gonna show you bonds, because I also made a bond system. Please hold. Well, so the earthquake one is entirely up to the GM to be like, yeah, an earthquake hit, right? Make your bets. Which time will the streamer say when arrow ends the stream? That's a very good question. That's like, we still have questions to go through. We have bonds. We ain't doing this anytime soon. I hope you know. It's fine. It's fine. I planned on ending an hour ago. It's fine. Bonds. Okay. I'm very proud of what I've been doing with the CAIN supplement. Obviously, I've been writing a bunch off stream because I've been focused on it. Bonds is what I was doing yesterday instead of being productive. And so I kind of think I cooked. I'm not going to lie. Upon tempering an unleashed blasphemy and gaining a teachable high blasphemy, you immediately lose access to all bonds you have with any virtue, as well as any abilities and strictures they give you. Then, you gain 4 levels of bonds that any other XO can attempt to build with you. An XO can only bond with you once between each of their hunts, and you both must be interested in raising your bond. Each bond level has an additional requirement on which XOs are applicable to advance. Era said, maybe time to say bonds. No, we end stream. No. Out of curiosity, what are you putting off by pushing the stream? I need to edit tomorrow's video, and I also have something unrelated to content creation that I need to get done. But I'm going out tonight. So, like, I'm going to be gone for, like, early evening for the rest of the night. And then I have stream tomorrow. So, I need to wrap up stream today. I need to do an edit, and then I need to like do actual responsibility stuff that is like unrelated to content creation. So a mixture of stuff. But once they have a bond with you, an XO must adhere to your strictures. Choose one of them the XO must never breach. They roll 0 dice on rolls to breach the other. They can ignore one roll by taking 1d3 non-lethal stress as per normal bond rolls. So basically, they have less of a strict adherence to your strictures than you do. And I want them bonding to you to function much like, if not identically so, to a standard virtue bonding procedure. However, you have more stringency in your strictures. Bonds might be professional, friendly, antagonistic, or even romantic in the case of 2 adults. Initially, I didn't have that phrase, and I'm like, I don't want like a 170-year-old like virtue dating a 16-year-old. That's weird. That's weird. I don't want that. So in the case of 2 adults, like if you're like a 26-year-old XO, yeah, it's still weird if you're dating like the 170-year-old virtue, but at that point, that's not my responsibility. That's not my job. My job has set sail, and you have been the weirdo yourself. So bonds might be professional, friendly, antagonistic, or even romantic in the case of 2 adults. Authority pushes for nothing to leave professional bounds, but even the most rigid of CAIN's adherents, justice, have found unlikely friends among lower cat XOs and blackcoats. It's hard not to care for someone you've nearly died alongside. Each time you deploy in a mission, you gain an amount of non-lethal stress equal to your bond level with each bonded XO that has died. Each week since an XO's death reduces your bond with them by 1 as the stress of CAIN buries them in your subconscious. Notice, virtues are expected to start looking for a replacement upon the expiration of bonded XO to keep their quota fulfilled. Bereavement ceremonies are excellent places to start. The case of 2 adults is still probably breaking CAIN doctrine. Well, yeah, so it's still breaking CAIN doctrine, but it's also not like icky, right? Like, I'm not gonna lie, I care less about like what happens in game breaking CAIN doctrine. I care more about what happens in game being icky. Does that make sense? Like it's less a matter of like, is it like strictly adhering to CAIN doctrine? Is it strictly legal? Is it icky? Is it gross? Is it weirdo? If it is, I don't want that in my game. Super awesome stuff. Super excited to see what the finished project's gonna look like. Gonna head out now. Enjoy. What do I think Fortitude's yes/no questions are for their Unleashed Blasphemy? I don't know if the standard virtues have yes/no questions. I did the yes/no questions to make a halfway balanced, repeatable process of making blasphemy powers. I don't know if that applies to the standard virtue Unleashed Blasphemies. If that was the case, though, I think it would be are you using this power to gain violent, reckless, are you using this power to inflict rampant, reckless violence? Is your opponent strong, or do you consider your opponent strong? Are you having fun? And something about killing. It would probably be like, if given the chance, would they kill you before you kill them, kind of deal? Because I think it's definitely like, is this like rampant reckless violence? Do you consider them strong? Are you having fun because you enjoy fighting strong stuff? And I don't know what the fourth would be. I think one of the extra options for fortitude sure is to kill a group of humans. Yeah, definitely. If it wasn't sparing, would be a mechanic. Also, scream time. No. You've already screamed to the heavens and rattled the gates, and no one has answered. Just as has friends, misinformation. Oh my gosh. Yeah, breaking CAIN's rules is part of the game. Will CAIN not approve of my actions? Well, I don't care if CAIN doesn't approve of my actions. CAIN isn't real. So we're going to hold off on screaming, and then I want all of you to scream more than you've ever screamed before when I wrap up stream. I want the end of stream to be me just like saying bye, and I'm going to turn on the fire, and I want all of you to scream, and I want hellfire to consume your lungs and spit out from your throats. Oh, I know. Fortitudes. Do you consider the opponent strong? Are you having fun? Are you ignoring collateral damage? Are you ignoring orders to use this power? I think fortitude is if they're strong, if you're having fun, if you're unrestrained, and if you don't care about orders. I think that would be fortitude's 4 questions. And I think of the yes nos, it would be fully destructive. I think it would be talisman, kill a group of humans, and probably destroy terrain. Or, I mean, probably talisman, kill a group of humans. Like, maybe talisman, destroy group of humans, I think. Attempts to scream but no longer has a voice. Oh, you have no mouth and you must scream? Incredible. So, one-sided bonds. Bonds based on a one-sided relationship of an XO looking up to a virtue require that virtue to leave a presence on the psychic sea via reputation and deed. As a result, a new virtue doesn't have the psychic imprint required to impart power by being a role model or distant figure. All of the XOs bonding to you must know you personally and speak with you directly. The quota. As an XO with it, oh yeah, leveling cities, yeah. As an XO with an unleashed blasphemy, you are the sole user of that blasphemy. It is too valuable to waste on your life. Therefore, you are required to have a quota of Cat 4 or higher XOs bonded to you at level 3. Upon tempering your unleashed blasphemy to a teachable high upon tempering your unleashed blasphemy to a teachable high blasphemy, your next assignment will always be to reach that threshold of bonds. The quota changes over time based on CAIN's availability of Cat 4 or higher XOs. Most often, the quota is anywhere between 2 to 4 XOs per unleashed blasphemy. So it's not like double digits. It is literally like you have a handful of individuals that are Cat 4 or higher that are bonded to you, that if you die, your unleashed blasphemy will jump to them. The process of tempering an unleashed blasphemy involves you bonding up to 5 XOs at level 0, then of those up to 3 at level 1, and then of those of up to 1 at level 2. So even in the tempering process, you don't start with anyone at level 3. However, these XOs must fulfill the normal bond requirements, which you are able to do while tempering. So, what are the bond requirements? Those will come in later. Should you ever fall below your quota of level 3 bonded XOs, you are to continue your normal activities with a priority in downtime to bond with Cat 4 XOs. You are only recalled from active duty upon falling to 1 or fewer applicable bonded XOs, at which point you will be assigned XOs to bond with according to combat applicability and blasphemy synergy. Your your psychological compatibility with exos is deemed irrelevant during such circumstances. Note, some virtues have expressed discomfort at maintaining their quota, citing social anxiety, chastity, or trauma related to consistent postmortem grieving, sobriety. Such concerns are to be disregarded. CAIN values the unleashed blasphemy of a virtue more than the virtue themselves. CAIN is going to put in a support network to ensure the unleashed blasphemy's perpetuance over the psychological safety of their virtues, which I think is very CAIN. By the way, Arrow, have you seen Trigun, the old one, or maybe the new one? Nope. Unaware. I have heard about it, but I'm not aware of it. Will CAIN not approve of your actions? Oh, yeah, as one of the questions? Yeah. Yeah, would authority disapprove of your actions? One of my favorite parts of this non-mechanically is that they encourage you to recruit at funerals. Yeah. And like, it's not even like virtues are jerks that go around doing this necessarily. It's that CAIN is just like, bereavement ceremonies are excellent places to start. Like, CAIN is telling virtues to do that. Imagine like, oh man, the Cat 5 XO, the leader of your site, died, and now they're getting a funeral service, and Justice shows up, and Justice walks up to you and goes, so do you like following orders? I love working for a company or equivalent that don't give a nothing about my personal health. Yeah. So, Bond 0. This level indicates a spark of familiarity. You have met one another, perhaps more than once, and there's some degree of initial connection present. Any XO you have met and interacted with directly may bond with you at this level. At this level, you gain a way to contact one another through monitored official CAIN channels to set up a meeting 3 or more days in advance, either to meet in person or call digitally. Bond 0 abilities are always subtle, minor improvements that allow for creative XOs to get an edge in their hunts as they take after your behaviors. Examples are below. At any time, you can change how your cat is perceived by grace monitoring equipment and sins up to 1 cat higher than normal or 3 cat lower than normal, minimum of 0. This does not change your cat. Drifters ignore you until you directly interact with them. When you whisper the phrase, "Please God," all humans and XOs of your choice in cat range can hear you as if you were standing a few feet away in the same direction. By tasting the blood of a dead creature, you gain the memory of what it perceived in the 7 minutes leading up to its death. You feel its pain. You gain the same ability, though it is slightly stronger. Below are some examples tied to those above. At any time, you can change how your cat is perceived by grace monitoring equipment and sins. This does not change your cat. You know when your grace is being monitored. Drifters ignore you until you harm or hail them. Should you hail them, they might be cautious, friendly, or ignore you, but never begin hostile. When you whisper any prayer, all humans and XOs of your choice in cat range can hear you as if you're standing a few feet away in the same direction. By tasting the blood of a dead creature, you gain the memory of what it perceived leading up to its death. Complex creatures such as humans or XOs only provide a day of memories, while animals might provide a week. You feel its pain, fear, and sorrow. So what I did is, I wanted the idea of like when they bond with you, they get minor abilities, much like other virtues. And I thought, well, I was talking with Svelte, creator of Harpocrates Dossier, and I was talking with them about absolution when I made the video. And they mentioned that absolution has the ability to hear any confession from anyone in the world. Because if you bond with absolution, the bond 0 ability is you can hear anything anyone confesses to you, regardless of distance. And then they brought up the idea, well, much in the same way that virtues have blasphemies that are more powerful than the high blasphemies that you get from bonding with them, it makes sense that their more minor bond abilities would have the same thing. And I was like, yeah, that is a good idea. So I like the idea that if you give like the ability to taste blood and see the 7 minutes leading up to its death, you can also taste blood and see longer than its death. Both charities approach you and are like, you like jazz? Just finished the latest VOD, his work finished and realized Arrow is live. Time for more CAIN. Yes! Bond 1. So, this level indicates that you have a building relationship. This may be acquaintances, a mentor-mentee dynamic, or casual flirting without intent. Any XO you have had at least 3 meetings with may bond with you at this level. At this level, you have enough in-jokes and references to previous conversations that you can communicate simple ideas to one another in a way only you two can understand, bypassing even CAIN's monitoring. So again, you can only talk to them via monitored official channels. You have to set up a meeting at least 3 days in advance, and then you can meet in person or call, but it's recorded, it's monitored, it is like there are other people present perhaps. But now you know each other well enough that you can have like references, jokes. You can say like, man, I was on that recent hunt, and did you see that Not a Good Man was acting like a total toad bait? And then the virtue you're talking was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that. And anyone listening is like, what the frick is a toad bait? And you two know from a prior conversation that toad bait is a joke you said about a made up piece of item that all it does is attract sins. All it does is attract sins because it can't take care of itself. And like you have this like joke, this reference that you can reference and make and get around CAIN monitoring to an extent. Bond 1 abilities often impart the ability to use their high blasphemy once per mission, though not always. It might impart a Bond 2 ability instead of a high blasphemy, effectively switching Bond levels 1 and 2. Below are some examples of ways your high blasphemy might be utilized by bonded XO. I added this little thing because fortitude is the only core virtue that gives you their high blasphemy on bond level 2 instead of bond level 1. So I wanted to give the option of, it's standard to give the high blasphemy at bond level 1, but it's not out of the question to give it at bond level 2 as well. So how can your bonded XO use your high blasphemy? You gain access to your bond's high blasphemy. You can use it once per mission. You gain access to your bond's high blasphemy, but must roll Psyche before activation. If you fail, the power doesn't activate and no Psyche burst is spent. You may attempt a different action, but cannot use psychic powers this turn. You gain access to the high blasphemy. After it activates, reduce your Psyche burst cap by 1 until the mission completes, minimum of 0. You gain access to your bond's high blasphemy. At the end of a scene where you activate it, you fall comatose until your group rests, at which point you awaken and can rest normally. So, most canon standard high blasphemy bonds from virtues are you gain access to it and can use it once per mission. I wanted to add extra oomph. I wanted to add extra ways that you can get around that. So it's not guaranteed it actually works. You might have to reduce your Psyche burst cap for the rest of the mission. You might fall comatose afterwards, a la strength. And I like the idea of having different costs, right? So bond 2. This level indicates you are genuinely close. This may be friends, a senpai-kohai dynamic, or a serious courting from one or both sides. Any XO you have revealed a major secret to, when you would only ever reveal to someone you trust, may bond with you at this level. At this level, you have means of contacting one another through unofficial channels that CAIN does not monitor, though are unable to arrange in-person or digital meetings through them. So you might have notes that you can pass back and forth. You might have each other's phone number on a private line. You might have the ability to send gifts to each other that aren't monitored for whatever reason. Like you give it to a friend, that friend gives it to a staff member that's like being paid off, and the staff member gives it to the virtue, right? So you have means of communicating. Senpai Kohai dynamic, I know what you are. Yeah, I'm a weeb. What do you want? I'm a VTuber. Quick question. If someone was Cat 5, had the command blasphemy, popped Divine Agony, and looked out the space station window at the Earth, could they affect that entire side of the planet? I don't know what you mean by command blasphemy. I don't know which blasphemy that's under. But basically, if they are Divine Agony, that's extra dice. That's more powerful. That doesn't actually increase Cat. If they're Cat 5, that's like city level. I would say like Cat 7 is when you get to like state, territory, or region level. I think to actually affect like half of the planet, you would need to be like Cat 9 or 10. Classic VTuber diva. No, literally, like I've had people in recent and this is really weird. I think it's because of the Girlframe content. I think it's that I got a boost in the algorithm from Girlframe. People really like that, so my other stuff is being pushed. I've had multiple people recently like be really nasty about me being a VTuber, and I'm just like, brother, then don't watch my content. Like, if you don't like me being a VTuber, leave. So Bond 2 abilities are usually an improvement of your Bond 0 ability. If your Bond 1 did not impart your bonded XO high blasphemy, your Bond 2 always imparts the high blasphemy, as above. Below are some examples. Anytime you're being perceived by someone not in direct line of sight, you sense a psychic signature of them in the same manner they perceive you, such as seeing a video feed of someone watching you through their camera or hearing someone listen to you through a wall. You cannot turn this off. You are completely undetectable by sins. You're completely undetectable by sins. Once you use any psychic phenomena, enter the palace, or cause any sin harm, this fades for the rest of the hunt. Anytime you make a hard or risky roll with 0 dice, you can utter a prayer to gain plus 1d. When killing a human with your bare hands or teeth, clear 1 stress. And then in the same way, you as the virtue get an improved version of that. So anytime you're being perceived by someone not in direct line of sight, you sense a psychic signature of them and perceive it as if they were a short distance away. You cannot turn this off. You are completely undetectable by sins. Once you cause a sin harm, this fades until you rest. Anytime you make a hard or risky roll with 0 dice, you can utter a prayer to gain plus 1d. If it is both hard and risky, instead gain plus 3d. When killing a human with your bare hands or teeth, clear all stress. So this is like all tied to the original 4 of the Bond level 0, but evolutions. One is drifters ignore you. This one is your undetectable sins until you interact with them. One is by tasting blood of a dead creature, you can gain its memories. One is you clear stress by killing with your bare hands or teeth. That sucks. That's sad. That sucks. I mean, like, I've been called slurs on the channel before. Like, I don't care. It does suck because I do like being a VTuber. I really like being a VTuber. That's why, like, that's what galvanized me to get into content creation. Like, most of my content that I watch is VTubers. I love being a VTuber, but I also, like, I don't feel very connected to the VTubing community because at this point, the VTubing community is like 3 or 4 different communities. And it's like, you have the very popular indie scene. You have like the corpo scene. You have the many like individuals who are like my size or smaller that are indies. And then you have like the right-wing grifter track, which is a surprisingly large amount of VTubers. And none of those are really like overlapping communities. Like, yeah, there's some overlap. Yeah, the corpo scene does kind of overlap with the really popular indie scene. Yeah, some of like the people my size or smaller are interacting with indies that are a bit bigger than me. But ultimately, like, VTubing is much more of a genre is much of a medium than a community. But it does suck where like I don't really feel like I'm part of the VTubing community. And when I make VTubing stuff, even if it's not like VTuber specific stuff, even if I'm just like making a D&D video, people are like, this was a fantastic video, but like disliked and I'm not watching more because you're a VTuber. And I'm like, okay, then like you clearly are close-minded. What? I think mathematically it's possible to see only a quarter of a sphere's surface from like really far space. Not sure. Exosensor abilities in the setting that can't be turned off sound like heck because it's 80% nightmare fuel by volume. Yeah. So, Bond level 3. This level indicates you are genuine fixtures in one another's lives. This may be true confidants, adoptive family, or a steady romantic relationship. Any XO who fully understands why you do what you do, what made you the way you are, and accepts you nonetheless, may bond with you at this level. At this level, you can arrange an off-record meeting through unofficial channels a week in advance that CAIN is unaware of and cannot monitor, though staff or other XOs might find out. It requires a cover story, subtlety, or favors pulled, and is never enough time. So, this doesn't have to be like a dalliance. This doesn't have to be like, ooh, hanky-panky. It could very well be you just want to meet up with your friend and like hang out and not have to worry about CAIN or like strictures or stereotypes or anything. Just like hang out with your friend, chat with them, talk honestly about what they're feeling, confess something to them that is really weighing on you, spend time with your adopted family, like just not worry about CAIN and everything. But it's never enough time, and it's like a week in advance. Cursed virtue, Bond 3 polycule. It's extremely unhealthy in all directions. Gosh. And like, initially I wasn't going to touch on the idea of romance, but I feel like as long as I have the line, romance is acceptable so long as everyone's an adult, that really removes most of the weirdness. Like, again, if the charities, one of them is like 300, one of them is 170, and they're in a throuple with someone who's like 22. Yeah, that's problematic, but that's not my fault. That's your fault in your playgroup for playing a 22-year-old that went for the 170 and 300-year-old baddies. Like, come on. Bond 3 abilities always improve the XO's ability to utilize your high blasphemy in some way, most often by mitigating the additional cost from the Bond 1 ability. So, you may use your bond a second time each mission. Simple. After using your bond's high blasphemy, regain a psyche burst if you dealt at least 4 slashes to the Sin's execution talisman. Very powerful, depending on how much slashes you can deal. Before activating your bond's high blasphemy, any XO in a short range of you may roll to set you up. You can do a really big damage with that. Any trace or drifter affected by your bond's high blasphemy demanifests instantly. Kinda cracked for an AoE. You do not gain this ability, nor any improvement upon it. At this point, the blasphemy has seeded the bonded XO's psyche, and upon your expiration, will grow beyond you. Your life finally has meaning. So too will your death. Tend to your bond, so that it might germinate anew. Yeah. It's impossible not to make charity weird. I mean, no. You could very easily have someone that bonds with charity, like even does a little bit of entwining with them, but like it's not romantic, it's not physical, it's not any of that. It's literally just like best friends. There's nothing weird about that. I mean, at that point you got to question if it's problematic or just playing the game of, oh my gosh. Charity's just 2 ladies that are 1 person, so I'm not quite sure what's so weird about it. The assimilation, I mean, the assimilation is like, it is weird, but it's also like, being friends with Fortitude is weird because they're going to constantly try and kill you. Being friends with Hope is weird because you'll constantly forget them. Being friends with like Chastity is weird because you can't be in the same room with them or else they're going to like die of pneumonia. It's all weird, right? And so this is what I did with all my virtues. This is my virtue gaming. For those of you that know CAIN, what are your thoughts on like the balance of it? How would you feel about implementing this into your game? And for those of you who don't know CAIN, how cool does this sound versus how lame does this sound? Those are both very valuable opinions. Being friends with anyone is weird. It is. Like being friends with someone is effectively saying, we're not going to be strangers. And we're going to make an active effort to not be strangers. And that's weird. That's taking someone who you don't know and knowing them. That's weird when you think about it. I'm not sure about the exact balance of all the options, especially compared to each other. That's fair. Very balanced for the amount of power. I like to imagine that it's at the very least balanced enough that there's no obvious like, oh, this is always the correct cost to choose because it's the least bad one. I like to imagine there's no enhancement that is clearly better than all of the others. Always. And you'll always choose that one. And even if you have to take an injury for it, it will always be worth it, right? The assimilation is no weirder than the other flavors of personality or literal death in CAIN. Exactly. Don't know CAIN, this seems very fun. Good mix of power and restriction and lots of drama. And that's the goal. The goal is that it's supposed to be dramatic. The goal is that you're supposed to feel powerful. This is the sort of thing you do when you have like a Cat 4 or higher character. And Cat 4 or higher is something that's like 10th level D&D character, let's say. Like a high level D&D character. It's like LL9 in Lancer, right? That's the rough equivalent. It's balanced enough that it's not going to break the game. I'm worried it might be crippling enough to not do anyway, but I don't think that'll be a problem. Yeah. He's more powerful than what CAIN base power is, but I think that's intentional and that's fine. The thematics fit very well into the setting. There's no enhancement that seems too pushed. Yeah. And like, obviously, this is more powerful than baseline CAIN because the intent is that it builds you to become a virtue, right? And in baseline CAIN, it is a horror game where the intent is not to be a power fantasy. Being a virtue has the risk of being a power fantasy. However, I think what I did mostly in the lore, more so than mechanics, but a little bit of mechanics, I made it so that you are the survivor. The horror of being a virtue is survivor's guilt. The horror of being a virtue is that you are forced to constantly befriend other XOs that will then die, oftentimes without you being able to do anything. and you just have to move on and forget them. And so I feel like and this is something where like, this is something I've noticed in my running and my talking about CAIN. I think I have a different conception of horror than what Tom Bloom does. I don't use sins as horror. Yeah, you could have final girl syndrome, yeah. I don't use sins as monsters that are horrifying. I mean, they might be horrifying, but they are not the horror. I don't use the monster of the week for horror. I use monster of the week as threat, and I use CAIN institutionally as horror. And that's why my player throughout my game has been so torn up about the Valentines versus Gamma versus Epsilons versus all of this stuff, is because the horror is bureaucracy oppressively weighing down on them. Yeah, you survive the nonsense, now you have to perpetuate it. Exactly. And I like to imagine that I added a lot of vibes that makes it sucky. It adds a lot of vibes that you don't feel like you're some badass, awesome hero. You feel like you're a survivor, is the goal. Sins are also kind of part of the tragedy. Yeah, they are. Feels like it would make a very different game. Same bones, just strange with larger scope and consequence. That's also fair. My general philosophy is you should not be able to get over to the power level of a virtue for CAIN, but in the context of becoming a virtue, you did a good job, especially making you still feel limited. Yeah, in my setting, it is totally reasonable to become a virtue. Like, I like the idea that I kind of went the opposite direction that Gloria Unto Them went. Where Gloria Unto Them, the supplement, is all about virtues are unattainable. Black coats are the head honcho of day-to-day CAIN. And as an XO, you are expendable. In my setting, virtues are attainable. XOs really aren't expendable. They're expendable in the same way a tank is expendable, right? In my setting, a tank, if you send it into a conflict, you expect that it will take damage. You might even lose the tank, but you're not going to throw away a tank because you have other tanks. You're going to value and you're going to try to protect that tank because it is an asset that can be used in future combats. Much like XOs, yeah, if you send them into combat, you expect that they're probably going to get injured. They might even die, but you're not going to throw away their life needlessly, right? Yeah, they're expected to blow up, but prioritize not blowing up. Exactly. So that's how I treat my XOs. And because of that, I think it's reasonable that not only can you hit Black Coat, but you can hit Virtue. Now, I did make it becoming a Virtue is not exactly easy. Cat 5 or higher. Maybe I think it's 40% of XOs die before Cat 3. And then there's 4 more missions you have to go through to hit Cat 5. Or I think it's 6 more missions once you hit Cat 3. 6 missions to hit Cat 3. I don't think more than 70% of XOs hit Cat 5. If not more, die before Cat 5. I think that the amount of XOs that are Cat 5 or higher is 20% or lower. So that's first off. They must have executed a Cat 6 or higher sin or a Cat 5 or higher perfect sin. Obviously, that's not happening regularly. A Cat 6 event is like an apocalypse. A Cat 5 perfect sin should not be ever happening. And therefore, this is super rare. Being referred by 3 virtues, that means you need to impress 3 virtues. Holy heck. They must have manifested or inherited a unique, unleashed blasphemy. Again, you need to bond with a virtue and they need to die and you need to pick it up. Or you need to delve into the psychic sea and not only get a nascent blasphemy, and then also an untempered high blasphemy, and then also take your untempered high blasphemy, turn it into an unleashed blasphemy, and also don't hollow in the process. So it's really difficult to become a virtue, but it's possible. Of that 20% of XOs that make Cat 5, maybe 3 of them kill a Cat 6 or higher sin. And of that, at that power level, you're probably talking to virtues somewhat regularly. So you probably have at least 3 virtues that might recommend you. Are you gonna dive deep to try and get an unleashed blasphemy? Are you gonna try to be a virtue? Do you have the ability to go up to cat 6 or 7 in my game? So in my setting, virtues are cat 5 or cat 6. In CAIN canon, virtues, I believe, are cat 6 or cat 7. I don't have any XOs that are cat 7 in my setting. In the same way that I don't have any sins that are cat 7 in my setting. Cat 6 is the highest recorded cat of both sin and XO. Yeah, in my setting, Fortitude is not cat 7. Fortitude is cat 6 about to hit cat 7. Right? I like the idea that cat 7 is the event horizon. Is the horizon line that we have never reached, and Temerity really wants to see what's on the other end, and CAIN institutionally is really scared of what's on the other side. Arrow, before you leave, it seems the cabin on... Oh no. Oh no. Oh gosh. Oh my... Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wait a second. Wait. Hello? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wow. This is really good art. My goodness, I know. That's what I'm saying. I need to be like, oh my gosh. This is really good. PV, you challenged Arrow to a street fight. Yeah, and I'm gonna axe kick you. You're afraid for your life? Good. Arrow shocked. Arrow is shocked. Arrow is not used to being drawn in this way. Like, again, but like the best descriptor I have is they made me hot. Like, look at this. Look at this. It's very good. I was very impressed by the actual like line work and the actual drawing of it, and I wasn't sure how the coloring is going to come out. Coloring kind of pog, kind of amazing. Ryu, this is amazing. Like I'm genuinely kind of shocked. I'm genuinely. I might actually have to make that my new profile picture. I kind of love that. Sorry, I might have to make that my... Oh god, no, why? No, not the whole thing. Literally just like this. Like just the face, right? Just the head. It might have to be my new profile picture. Look at this. Look at how good it is. Look at how pog it is. Favorite mechanic I hack into every TTRPG I play. It ended up kind of bad? Okay. If this is your version of bad, please, I want to see what your version of good is. Like, genuinely, because like this is fantastic. Like, amazing. Local streamer starts talking about street fights like a stun gun won't send them back to low-income housing development. No! Listen, all I'm going to say, I think I could probably axe kick someone. And I don't know if that would work. I don't know if that would be effective in a fight, but I probably could. Like one of those constantly tired but powerful anime ladies. I mean, I basically am just constantly tired in my real life. Like you even did the eye bags. You did the eye bags. I can take some time to color the face in better if you like to use it as a profile picture. Listen, don't feel any pressure. I love this. This is amazing. Thank you so much. If you are going to do that, I will wait. And if you're not going to do that, then I will use this because I think this is amazing. I think this is fantastic. No, I saw the 3-color version. It was like this one. See, I like this one a lot because this one is like the actual colors. It's like the gold and the black. But this one is like freaky. Like the red light or whatever. Like, oh my gosh. Gnarly eye bags. I can see some kind of caffeine abuse in them. Caffeine doesn't affect me, actually. I don't use caffeine. I occasionally will have tea before I go to bed. But that's more like a comfort warm drink thing. rather than a keep me up thing. That's quite badass art. This is amazing art. Listen, I have a lot of art that I've gotten that I love. And like, this is kind of already jumped up there, and I've only seen it like just a little bit. You meet Arrow in a street fight, except you're in a Sin's palace. I mean, like, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say anything. Are you always tired because you do not eat enough? Maybe, kinda. I mean, I don't. For instance, all I've had today is because I was literally like eating as I turned on stream, a single croissant. And once I wrap up stream, I'm gonna probably make noodle. Maybe make some pasta. Make some pasta. Say it? No. I'm not gonna thirst over art of myself. Imagine that's the POV you get in a red light disco. I mean, that was basically my thought. My thought was like, this is primo, like, dark club atmosphere that has red light, right? Okay, all I'm gonna say, I said a joke. I said a joke earlier this month. I said on the Discord, if someone gives me art that I can put as the thumbnail and the background of a joke ASMR, I would do a joke ASMR. This could work. This could work as an ASMR, in which case I'm like cornering you, and then a collection of bees. So the thing is, so the idea that I had, the collection of it, the idea I had, ASMR, role play, but ... right? And the idea that I think we landed on was that, but a cloud of bees is getting closer. And so as I'm like doing whatever the ASMR roleplay thing is, bees like bzzz, are just like getting louder in the distance until eventually you can't hear what I'm saying. And I'm very clearly like doing some sort of like love confession or something, or like I'm hitting on the listener or whatever. And it's just like the classic ASMR like roleplay thing. I don't listen to ASMR roleplay. I assume that's what they all are. And then you can't hear me over the bees. And then the bees go away by the time I'm like, oh, well, if you're not interested, you just had to say so. Sorry. And I walk away, and you fumbled your opportunity because of bees. Right? Like, I'm not in the business of doing like GFE girlfriend experience. I'm not in the business of like exploiting lonely people. I'm not in the business of pushing for you as someone that has like some sort of emotional void in your life to rely upon me for emotional validation. And then I'm like, well, if you pay me money, I'll give you emotional validation. Like, I don't do that. But it'd be really funny if I pretended to do that for a video. You can't hear me over the bees. That's what I'm saying. It'd be so funny. Still has the I mean, like, it could be, I could do it purely platonically and still have the bee. Mind you, the bees would still be there. Like, even if it's purely platonic and I'm just like, hey, what's wrong? Like, you seem kind of like upset. Like, are you okay? Like, let me be there for you as a friend. And I go that angle. The bees would still be present and overpower my vocalizations. Imagine that's the POV you get in a red light disco. I should eat more. I mean, I should eat more. Like, I'm very open about the fact that like I'm on the lower end of healthy weight. I have multiple friends who have told me like, hey, one food crisis and you're done, right? Like one time period where you don't have access to enough food and you will be like severely underweight. Let me be there for you as a friend. And we did it. We did it. Do I like, is this now where I like write a script for this, where I'm being there for you as a friend, and I'm constantly making bee puns, and then like there's like 2 minutes of this, and then after the second minute you hear zzz, and then bees come by, and then everyone else in the club is screaming, but like I don't notice because I'm too busy being there for my friend. Yes, right there. I mean, I could write the script right now. I could write that, like, listen. like it's just like bee's knees. I started with you like jazz. I'll be there for you. What? You look like you got stung or something. I don't want to drone on and on. People are really swarming here, huh? Like, we can do this very easily. We can very easily make this a thing. Oh, yeah. Busy bee. Make a beeline. Thank you. Like, are you so bad at staying on topic that you've invented a new project you get distracted by? Okay. I started the CAIN supplement before I finished the Neolithic. If you don't know, I recently released a TTRPG that is a Stone Age civilization builder where you create an entire species in a world where magic handles evolution. And magic is now fading. So you have to evolve your species to keep up with the fact that magic is fading. It's free on itch.io and it's in playtesting right now. And as I was wrapping up that project, I had a bunch of ideas for CAIN, and I kept writing CAIN ideas, and I kept being like, stop it. I have to focus on my one project. Honey trap. Or honey pot / trap. Sweetest honey. Birds and bees. Queen bee, buzzkill. Oh my gosh, this is fantastic. Buzz off. I gotta say, there are days when I feel tired and out of whack for most of the day, and then I realize I don't have any proper food yet at 6 p.m. And I gotta say, a good bowl of food is reinvigorating. I mean, yeah. Buzzword? Buzzword. I was gonna say always might and could, but never does, but you're actually doing it. What do you mean? What? Always might, could, what? Are you saying like in terms of committing to a bit? Stepped away for a minute. Why are there bees? Sorry, my mistake. I really should have imagined that. Let's really get the audio up here. So sorry, what? What? You were saying something? Do you like jazz? Wait, so, I'll be there for you. You're kind of like the bee's knees. You look like you got stung or something. I don't want to drone on and on, but people are really swarming here, huh? Sorry, I made a beeline towards you. I'm just a bit of like a busy bee. I mean, I've been called a queen bee before, but hey, I hope you're not a honey trap. A honey pot. Like, I know I'm saying a lot of buzzwords here. Like, I don't mean to be a buzzkill. So, what? Huh? I can't. There's bees. I can't hear you. Wingman? Hive. Brood. Comb. Nectar. Pollen. Blossom. Antenna. Nest. Oh my god. So, okay. I can work with this. I can work with this. Waxing poet. Yeah, that makes sense. Why are there bees at the club? Well, because obviously it's due to the queen bee. Genuinely, when you make this video, could you have Dr. Bee? I don't understand Dr. Bee screaming. Sorry for spamming. No, I'm with you. I appreciate that. Wannabe? POV, your friend is cheering you up at the club, but someone knocked over a beehive and ran inside. Okay. Hey, you like jazz? So that's our opener. And I think fine. I'll buzz off then. Okay, so we have buzz off. We have you like jazz. Hey, you like jazz? Sorry to make a beeline over here. You just seemed really cool. I love your outfit. It's the bee's knees. I'm not interrupting or anything. Am I? Good. You didn't look like a busy bee, but people are really swarming here. So like, is it being there for my friend, or is it like, I'll be there for you? ASMR roleplay. Hey, you like jazz? Sorry to make a beeline over here. You just seemed really cool. I love your outfit. It's the bee's knees. I'm not interrupting or anything, am I? Good. You didn't look like a busy bee, but people are really swarming around here. But like that's the kind of thing we can do. Needs to happen under a waxing moon. Oh my gosh. Bee leave. Okay, bee leave. Dr. Bees is an online cartoon made by Harry Partridge. Bee women are not half bad. Oh my gosh. A series of videos about a terrible superhero that make terrible situations worse with bees. We're not supposed to finish a while ago? Yes, I was supposed to be done 2 hours ago. And then I kept kicking it. And now I'm talking about bees. I'd hate to bug you. Oh my gosh. I'm not bugging you, am I? Oh my gosh. Beautiful. I don't know if we can use all of these. So what's the length on this? So question. Genuine question. If we're doing this, I say we, it's going to be me. If we're doing this, is it like 15 seconds of setup and then you hear bees in the distance? And then it's like 30 seconds of bees and then it's over? Or is it like 2 straight minutes of just like kind of weirdo bee puns, but ultimately like kind of normal? And then, and you're like, what is that? And then in the distance, it just slowly gets louder and louder and louder until eventually you can't hear me over the span of like 5 minutes. So do we have this be like an 8-minute production, or do we have this be like a 2-minute quick joke, right? 2 hours, hard limit. Arrow, 3.5 hours later. Hey, you like jazz? I'd let the script pick the length. Well, I can write the script to be any length. Listen, I don't care if you use all of those. I'm just spitballing ideas. That's fair. Canonically, I'm assuming you bought a beehive to the club specifically so the puns were justified. The 2-minute joke is the correct option. The 8 minutes is the fun. So the issue is, if I do the 8-minute option, I can run mid-roll ads, which I think will be even funnier. 2 minutes total is nice, but you'll have to think of a way to make a whole big thing. Like, I'll have a lot of fun with it regardless. Good. You didn't really look like a busy bee, but people are swarming around here. Do I introduce myself as Arrow, or do I make a bee pun? Over 3 minutes becomes unironic. No, that's the thing. Am I doing this as a quick in and out, like, ha-ha funny gag, or am I doing this as, like, a 7-minute joke that you forget it's a joke after 3 minutes? Hey, honey, you dropped a cone. Just wanted to say, honey, that you dropped your comb. Hey, you like jazz? Sorry to make a beeline over here. You just seem really cool. I love your outfit. Bee's knees. I'm not bugging you, am I? Good. You didn't look like a beast bee, but people are really swarming here. I just want to say, honey, that you dropped your comb. Mid-roll ads is the kind of club not having Spotify Premium. Oh my gosh. Okay. So do we open with you like jazz? I feel like it's got to be you like jazz. It's got to be you like jazz because you like jazz is a Bee reference. It's the Bee movie. It is a Bee movie reference, which is just subtle enough that you don't understand. Like, hey, you like jazz? Sorry to make a beeline over here. Like that's normal. Oh, okay. So sorry to make a beeline over here. You just seem really cool. wanted to say, honey, that you dropped your comb. Okay. Dropped your jazz after the comb. So I feel like softly. I feel like it's the hard open. Call yourself the queen bee. Who am I? Well, I'm a bit of a queen bee. Well, I'm kind of the queen bee around here. But I don't want to drone on about that. What? Was that too much? You look like you got stung or something. Okay, we're cooking, Okay. Let's delete some of these. Queen bee. Comb. So I think what we do is dot to indicate like a response. What, was that too much? You look like you got stung or something. Oh, wannabe? Oh, you're cold. What's a good bee pun? Yes, do that. Don't actually introduce yourself. It's funnier that way. You like jazz should go after the beeline. The beeline joke doesn't work very well. Starting to make beeline over here, honey. But you dropped your comb. Yeah, of course. Some bee pun. Anyways, you like jazz? Okay, so what is our yeah, of course. So it opens. Sorry to make a beeline over here, honey, but you dropped your cone. Because I feel like you gotta have honey and comb in the same one to make the comb reference really hit. So sorry to make a beeline over here, honey, but you dropped your comb. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. How could I resist a little honey trap in need? Okay. Yeah, of course. Though I hope this wasn't a honey trap. Trap. Anyways, you like jazz? Right? I was currently speed running a video script live. Yes. So, sorry to make a beeline over here, honey, but you dropped your comb. Yeah, of course. Though I hope this wasn't a honey trap. Anyways, you like jazz? And then this is where they give a response. And then maybe this is where it's... you like jazz? They give a response. Who am I? Well, I'm kind of the queen bee around here, but I don't want to drone on about that. What, was that too much? You look like you got stung or something. A wannabe? Oh, that you're cold. So... here I thought you were sweet. Here I thought you were sweet. How do we transition from a wannabe, here I thought you were sweet, into I love your outfits, the bee's knees? Or how about we go, I thought you were sweet, ... I'm not bugging you, am I? Good. You didn't look like a busy bee, but people are really swarming here. By the way, I love your outfit. By the way, I love your outfit. It's the bee's knees. Black and yellow is a great combo. Okay. We're doing this. So sweet. I do love that these stream titles never last. We did like 2 hours. I can't believe I walked into it without knowing this is not punderful. More bee-related words. Smoker, apiary, allergy, flower, colony. No, we want volume. We want volume. Black and yellow is beautiful. Black and yellow is beautiful on you. Beautiful on you. And then is it so are we doing like a stranger approaches you in the club and then they're just like they're hitting on you? And so it'd be like, but I think it would look even better off, yeah. Like, and is this hell? I mean, if you'd like it to be hell, I can make it worse. I can add so much worse. Do we say a wannabe or do we call them a buzzkill? These aren't just honeyed words. I feel like we already dropped the honey. No bees and fires don't mix. Yeah, why do you think we're keeping away the bees? We need the bees to get out of here, bees. Ugh. Bye, bees. Ugh. Okay. Arrow hasn't realized they're playing cheering and not screaming. Don't tell them. No, I'm playing both. There's both. It's just that the cheering was louder than the screaming. We were cheering away the screams of the damned. The heat's only going to melt them away. Don't break out of hives. A wannabe? I think I'd rather be a buzzkill. Oh, I know. A wannabe. Here, I thought you were sweet. I'm not bugging you, am I? Good, I'd hate to be a buzzkill. Hate to be a buzzkill. You didn't look like a busy bee, but people are really swarming here. So like, how forward do we want to be with this? Because if we want, I can make a joke about like, black and yellow is beautiful on you. Though, and then like a comment about the birds and the bees could work. I still like a stranger approached you in the club and you're increasingly confident there's several bees and a human suit. Save buzzkill for the end of the conversation when they let you down. Oh, okay. So guess you're just a buzzkill. We can't do just your. Guess you're just a buzzkill. Final buzz off then. That's like too much. I feel like guess you're just a buzzkill. Something in the middle. Final buzz off then. Right? Here I thought something was blossoming, but I guess I'll just buzz off then. Here I thought something was blossoming, but I guess I'll just buzz off then. So like this is how we end it. And I think this is like bees enter stage right. You gotta buzz off yourself. It's been a blast. Enjoy. You get hit on in the club, but begin to realize more and more they're an angry swarm of bees in a trench coat. Pheromone? Oh no. I can't believe how well you pull off that outfit. Yellow and black is really the bee's knees. By the way, I love your outfits. The bee's knees. Black and yellow is beautiful on you. And then I think this is where bees enter stage right. And over the span of like 30 seconds, like the speaking becomes indecipherable. I don't know about you, but I'm beginning. I don't know about you, but I'm beginning to get tired of this hive. Because like fly the coop is a bird reference. So first time catching arrow live is really something else. I ought to come to lives more often. Everyone keeps saying that. Everyone shows up and they're like, this is the weirdest stream I've ever been in. And then I'm like, this is normal. This is what we normally do. I don't know about you, but I'm beginning to get tired of this hive. You want to fly back to my place and show want to be like what can we say? This is at the point where it's starting to be drowned out by bees. So this is where we can get more forward. This is where we can get more silly. This is where we can get more like actively hitting on the person because it's being drowned out by bees. Did I use droning yet? So yeah, I did. I don't want to drone on about that. Wait, what was that too much? So okay, everyone, quiet on stage, quiet on set. I need my actor. Sorry to make a beeline over here, honey, but you dropped your comb. Yeah, of course. Though I hope this wasn't just a honey trap. Anyways, you like jazz? Who am I? Well, I'm kind of the queen bee around here, but I don't want to drone on about that. What, was that too much? You look like you got stung or something. Oh, wannabe? Here, I thought you were sweet. I'm not bugging you, am I? Good. You didn't look like a busy bee, but people are really just swarming around here. By the way, I love your outfit. It's like the bee's knees. Black and yellow is beautiful on you. Enter stage bees. I don't know about you, but I'm beginning to get tired of this hive. You want to fly back to my place and show me what you know about the birds and the bees? And the bees? Okay, that's what we have to start. How do we feel? This is in fact normal arrow behavior, mayhaps even the expected. Yeah, now I'm convinced the bees should enter at least one paragraph. Oh. Okay, but... Oh, maybe... Here, I thought you were sweet. Bees enter stage right. I'm not bugging you, am I? And then... Bees at 70% volume. Rising steadily. Wait. Bees fortissimo. Piano crescendo. Bees enter stage right. Piano crescendo. Bees fortissimo. I don't know about you, but I'm beginning to get tired of this hive. You want to fly back to my place and show me what you know about the birds and the bees? And then like I can say like one more line, and then it's just a matter of like looking as if I'm talking. Or I should probably write the rest of it. Maybe get beesy and you want to fly back to my place and get beesy? Beesy? Arrow, how is the stream still going? Because we're writing an ASMR script now. I must leave for now, but I'll catch next time. Well, next time is tomorrow on Twitch, and otherwise on YouTube, it's going to be Wednesday. So enjoy. Just have the bees increasing in volume at a constant rate throughout. No need to choreograph their volume. The joke is... No. I know. I'm aware. That's why at this point is when I'm barely audible. And then I think it's like... Bees overtake all audio. And then I think I need like another sentence or two just to like give it more time. And then bees fade rapidly. Fine. Guess you're just buzzkill. Here I thought I was something with blossoming, but I guess I'll just buzz off then. Turns out you're just a buzzkill. So it's bees, that's what I'm saying. It's bees, like piano crescendo. And this is when it hits fortissimo. We have 2 over hour now. Arrow got cabin on art and then ASMR with bees came up. Now Arrow's in the flow. Sounds of people screaming as they run out of the club. Okay, that's it. Actually good. People screaming and fleeing. Bees pursue. I think that's what we do. Right? I think that's what we do. And then it turns out you're just a buzzkill. Here I thought something was blossoming, but I guess I'll buzz off then. And do I get to pick between the apples or the bees? Don't worry about that. Get beesy. Or you want to fly back to my place and get beesy? Show me what you know about the birds and the bees. We never said I'll be there for you. We never said I'll be there for you, which is like You're brooding. You're brooding too much. Okay, brooding is good. Brooding is good. Turns out you're just a buzzkill. Brooding off by yourself. Here I thought something was blossoming, but I guess I'll just buzz off then. Pollinate your garden is good. You want to fly back to my place and pollinate? Show me what you know about the birds and the bees and get beesy. Or maybe get beesy like the birds. Get beesy like the birds and the bees. So we never said buzzword. We never said I'll be there for you. Those are the two big ones I want to hit. I don't know about waxing poetic. Like believe is just another bee pun. To think I believed something was blossoming. But I guess I'll just to think I believed something's blossoming. I guess I'll just buzz off then. Fine, you can find someone else to be there. Okay. Or I could say, a wannabe. I don't believe it. I thought you were sweet. Like, I could make a comment about, like, tasting nectar, but that feels a little too explicit, you know? Like, that could go after the bees. That could go after the bees are, like, drowning you out. I could just make a bunch of euphemisms, and I could just list a bunch of euphemisms here, and it's, like, overtaken by bees anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I can't believe it. I thought you were sweet. Thought something was blossoming. I can't say buzzword here. Something, well, if at some point I just go, something buzzword. Something tasting nectar. This is filler text using words like antennae and colony and flower to pad out the runtime of this script. And then I need a sentence to end it as the people start screaming, right? So it's like bees fortissimo. As I'm saying all this, it kind of like cuts out like get beesy like the birds and the bees, and then it like kind of cuts out like right in the halfway of that. And it's something buzzword, something tasting nectar. This is filler text using words like antenna and colony and flower pad to pad out the runtime of the script. Goodness, is this what listening to me make puns is like? I feel bad for my friends. About flowering your nectar. I mean, like I could leave the something there. I could add in buzzwords like, I'll be there for you. I thought something was blossoming, that you'd be there for me. What if I make a joke about Hornet? Yellow Jacket? Bumble? Bumble? We didn't say Bumble. Bumble is like bumbling around. I don't much mind if you bumble. I don't know. Well, something. We put in a thing that like as the scream starts fading. And then, turns out you're just a buzzkill. Hornet from the hit game Hollow Knight. Cha! Wallflower, smell the roses. Late bloomer was the opportunity. Is some very naughty euphemism that uses the word flower? Deflowering as a reference to your first time. Nice yellow jacket. I mean, I already kind of said, by the way, I love your outfit. It's the bee's knees. Black and yellow is beautiful on you. I don't know about you, but I'm beginning to get tired of this hive. You want to fly back to my place and pollinate? Get beesy like the birds and the bees? Something buzzword? Something tasting nectar? This is filler text using words like antenna and colony and flower to pad out the runtime of the script, and then people start screaming and running. I don't much mind if you bumble. We need like one more. Silk Song OST orchestral arrangement wins. Seems like a real difficult piece to make orchestral. I don't know. I haven't played Silk Song. Like I don't mind much if you mumble. So long as you can taste. So long as you enjoy the taste of nectar. That one's a little bit too much. That one's too much. I can't say that one. I like that one. YouTube might actually bonk me for. I don't mind if you bumble, so long as it's a fun time. An ad for the Bumble dating app at the end would be cherry on top. Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. Antennae kiss. Okay, that's a stretch. Antennae kiss you on the nectar. That's a stretch. Okay. Everyone, positions. Lights. I need sound. Check. 1 2 1 2. Okay. Quiet on set. I'll be there for you. ASMR roleplay. Sorry to make a beeline over here, honey, but you dropped your comb. Yeah, of course. Though I hope this wasn't just a honey trap. Anyways, hey, you like jazz? Who am I? Well, I'm kind of the queen bee around here, but I don't want to drone on about that. What? Was that too much? You look like you got stung or something. A wannabe? I don't believe it. I thought you were sweet. Bees. Enter. Stage right. I don't know about you, but I'm beginning to get tired of this hive. You wanna fly back to my place and pollinate? Get beesy like the birds and the bees? Okay, now bees have overtaken my audio. And then this is where people start screaming as the bees fade after them. I don't mind much if you bumble, but as long as it's a fun time. Screaming fades. Turns out you're just a buzzkill brooding off by yourself. I thought something was blossoming, that you'd be there for me. I guess I'll just buzz off then. Scene. How was that? How would you rate that, like, on a scale of like elementary school theater group to Shakespeare? Where are we falling? I missed a paragraph? Oh, I'm not bugging you, am I? That's very fair. Buzz out a buzz? Okay, that's pretty good. I missed a paragraph. Okay, take two. Everyone, quiet. I need my concentration. Sorry to make a beeline over here, honey, but you dropped your comb. Yeah, of course. Though, I hope this wasn't just a honey trap. Anyways, you like jazz? Who am I? I'm kind of the queen bee around here, but I don't want to drone on about that. What? Was that too much? You look like you got stung or something. Oh, wannabe? I don't believe it. I thought you were sweet. Bees, enter. I'm not bugging you, am I? Good, because you didn't look like a busy bee, but people are really swarming around here. By the way, I love your outfit. It's the bee's knees. Black and yellow is beautiful on you. Bees fortissimo. I don't know about you, but I'm beginning to get tired of this hive. You want to fly back to my place and pollinate? Get beesy like the birds and the bees? I am now inaudible. You cannot hear me. People are screaming in the distance as the bees pursue. I don't mind much if you bumble, so long as it's fun time. So we need something here. We're missing something. We like pick up. We need something bridging this. We need some degree of like... What is here that takes us from hitting on them to being like, what is wrong with you? Bees? Screaming? What are you talking about? Are you... scoff. You're making fun of me. Huh. You're making fun of me. Okay, I think that's what we do. I think that's what we do. No, so I like what it is that it's like, this all happens, and then the assumption is that the listener is like, there were bees! There was a whole swarm of bees all around! And then I'm just like, bees? Screaming? What are you talking about? Are you... You're making fun of me. Really? Turns out you're just a brooding buzzkill, brooding by yourself. I thought something was blossoming. Then you'd be there for me. I guess I'll just buzz off then. Oh yeah, what? Repeat myself? Were you not listening to me? Wait, that might be better. What? Repeat myself? Were you not even listening to me? Here I thought you were the sort to be there for me, but it turns out you're just a buzzkill brooding off by yourself. I thought something was blossoming. But I guess I'll just buzz off then. Okay, that's good. That's good. Other stream buddy says, more, don't end stream, please. Arrow catches, Arrow, it's been 3 hours after you said you'd end. Arrow, please don't pick up another project. Yes, we'll help. Please go. I mean, yeah. Oh, it's 4. I have stuff I need to do. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, dodge this. Well, I already said everyone here is swarming. But I guess I'll just buzz off then. Listen, Arrow might have stayed on too long, but we're cooking. Any more puns there? Well, so plenty of puns remain. Okay. Quiet on set. Quiet on set. Everyone, lights, lighting, please, lighting. Okay. Get in my Zen stone, my Zen mode. Okay. Hey, sorry to make a beeline over here, honey, but you dropped your comb. Yeah, of course. Though I hope this wasn't just a honey trap to get me over here. But since I'm here, you like jazz? Who am I? Well, I'm kind of the queen bee around here, but I don't want to drone on about that. What? Too much? You look like you got stung or something. Oh, wannabe? I don't believe it. I thought you were sweet. Bees enter. In the distance. I'm not bugging you, am I? Good. It doesn't look like you're a busy bee, but people are really swarming around here. By the way, I love your outfit. It's the bee's knees. Black and yellow is beautiful on you. Bees, fortissimo. You can almost not hear me anymore. I don't know about you, but I'm beginning to get tired of this hive. You want to fly back to my place and pollinate? Get beesy like the birds and the bees? You can't hear me anymore. I'm fully overtaken. Buzzword. Tasting nectar. Antenna. Colony. Flower. And then people are screaming. People are screaming and running. People are running from the club. Ah! I don't mind much if you bumble, but as long as it's fun. What? Repeat myself? Were you not even listening to me? Here I thought you were the sort to be there for me, but it turns out you're just a buzzkill brooding off for yourself. I thought something was blossoming, but I guess I'll just buzz off then. Scene. How do we feel? How do we feel about this? Arrow doesn't review the newest one since paywall. Yeah, I'm not gonna review GFF 4 until GFF 5 comes out and GFF 4 is free. But I did review GFF 3 on Wednesday. We'll be able to see the missing lines. That would be really funny. Wait, that would be really funny. Oh my gosh. And like I add in like VFX of like bees swarming in front of it. So the bees are like half covering the subtitles and like bees are constantly blocking the subtitles, but you still can read it. A solid bee. I was more thinking about a book-free review where they say what they like. So I don't look at the newest Games for Freaks until it becomes free, and then I do a full live reaction live on stream. It's a blind reaction, it's live, and I really enjoy it. It sucks that I have to wait like 7 months, but I enjoy it. It's cringe, so exactly where it's supposed to be. All right, we've done it. We need to figure out this then. I know I'm using a lot of buzzwords, but I don't think it's very classy to jump right into tasting nectar. Just promise me you're not one of those weirdos obsessed with... I feel like saying deflower is... I mean, I could say... I mean, it's covered by bees. It is covered by bees. I don't know if that would be appropriate to include, but like obsessed with deflowering. That... Just probably you're not one of those weirdos obsessed with deflowering. What can we add here? What can we add? Because like, if we're gonna add subtitles, I need to actually write the script of what is being done. And a word, whether it be buzzword, nectar, antenna, colony, flower. Well, I already said come back to my place and pollinate, right? I'm gonna go no bee puns. I'm all out. Okay. Just promising you're not one of those weirdos obsessed with deflowering. I think what I do is I do this actually. But I don't think it's very classy to jump right into tasting nectar. Just promising you're not one of those weirdos obsessed with deflowering. I don't mind much if you bumble around. So long as one more bee pun. We need one more bee pun. Imagine someone Googling deflowering after this. I'm not interested in making a call. I'm not trying to start my own. I'm not trying to start a colony right now. Okay, that's good. That's good. No, so I deleted them because it was mostly like ones that didn't. It was like antenna. We're not really going to fit antenna. We could do flower anatomy. I don't mind much if you bumble around. We could use wingman here. We could say, I don't mind much if you bumble around since you're without wingman. And I think we actually do... I think we do this, right? So okay. Bees enter stage right. Piano crescendo. And so this is where it rises and rises and rises. We get to the point where you cannot hear me right when I'm saying getting beesy like the birds and the bees. This is all captions. This is like 3 sentences of captions, or 2. And then we have 1, which is half obscured. So you probably don't hear, I don't mind much if you, and then you hear bumble around since you're without a wingman, right? Or just one more bee pun and I'm good, I swear. Just one more, I'm good for it. One more bee pun. What? Repeat myself? Were you not even listening to me? You thought you were the sort to be there for me, but it turns out you're just a buzzkill brooding off by yourself. I thought something was blossoming, but I guess we'll just buzz off then. And scene. I think we've cooked. I think we've cooked. And I think what I need to do is I need to add in like credits where it's just like VA, Arrow Writes, Artist, Ryu, Bees self. You know, like I need to just like add in like credits that have a bunch of like lighting, the arrow kissers, sound, arrow kissers. You know, like that kind of stuff. Script. Arrow writes with contributions from arrow kissers. Or maybe I just go arrow writes, arrow kisser. I do like a full credits thing. Spielberg in shambles since ASMR Bees came out. Lighting, local club. Music, DJ Buzzer. No one here will understand why this video was made. Yes, but they don't need to understand. They don't need to understand that. Oh, and what I could do. Oh, what would be really neat? What would be really neato? Is if I, for most of it, I use this image because we're in the club, right? Most of the video is this image. And then the lights turn on when everyone flees. And then because of that, I then reveal that the entire time I have been yellow and black. Choreography. Choreography by Bees. Like we're cooking here. We're cooking. This idea has legs. A real I was here. Make your bets for ASMR over 5. No. Listen. Do I make it a short or do I make it a long form? If I make it a long form, it will get far, like very few views. If I make it short, it has the potential to get a lot. Foley drone 343 921 003 377. It has wings. Oh my gosh. Oh, I can reference dancing because bees dance. This wasn't just a honey trap. Get me over here. Though I hope this wasn't just a honey trap to get me over here. But since I'm here, you like jazz? Much like Arrow's Cabadon, this has legs. Oh my gosh. For bees, dance is a form of communication. That's what I'm saying! Okay. A long form with a little short. Okay, what I could do is I could upload it both as a long form and as a short form. I don't think that would be like that wouldn't be good content because if you watch it once, why would you watch it twice? However, I think it'd be really funny. What I'll probably release it as a long form. I'll probably release it as a long form because I want to get more into long form videos. Some pun with the word sell? I don't know. Right, the short version. Oh, I could make this the short version, and then I could say if this gets like 100,000 views, I'll make a 10-minute video. And then what I do for the 10-minute video, I just take the exact same script. I just extend this section for like 9 minutes. And so there's 9 minutes of bees. I will watch it 10 times in both long form and short. We could dance to the bee. Long is good for ASMR consumption. Well, so like this isn't actual ASMR. Like this is a joke. This is silly. Like I don't think anyone who actually listens to ASMR is going to listen to this. See, I tried the here, honey, but you dropped your comb. Shark fact. Floridian sharks have been taught to eat sea lions as a snack because divers keep feeding them sea lions. It helps deal with it since they're invasive lodestanders. Oh. If the question is mechs are cool or scary, how do we make Lancer super cool unless we talk about Enkidu and Gorgon scary? It's like trying to make D&D scary. I think that it is a fool's errand. I think you can do it. I think that in 9 out of 10 times, it's easier to just use a different system. The core fantasy of Lancer. Oh, hello, me. The core fantasy of Lancer is that you're awesome, right? the core fantasy of Lancer is that you're awesome and you're powerful and you're competent. All of which make you feel less horror. 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 The more awesome you feel, the less scared you are. The more powerful you feel, the less at risk you feel. The more competent you are, the less likely you feel like random chance can take you out. So even if the lore is super scary, because you are so built up from the get-go, it's hard to make it scary. Gotta be careful with the two R sounds of horror. Listen. I'm an American. I'm from the US. I can say pawn shop. I have that over the Brits. That's all I need. And if I can't say horror movie, if I tell you, yeah, last night I stayed up late, like all by myself, watching some horror movies, like, man, it was really like my heart was pumping. I was super into it. Like I was up until like 4 a.m. because like the horror movies like really just like got me stuck in there. Like, yes, you might giggle, but like everyone knows what I'm talking about. You know, I'm talking about like scary movies. Genghis scary, Duskwing scary, Swallowtail will keep up to you invisibility. Those are not scary. Those are cool. Those are awesome. Yes, foliage management is scary. Yes, a TBK is scary. Yes, having the ability to simply like erase something from existence is scary. But in Lancer, it's not treated as scary. It's treated as a cool primo power that you get. The Napoleon is terrifying. It is just a human-sized mech suit that goes around with a gun that you point at something and it deletes a pocket of reality. That's horrifying. The Napoleon is also just a little guy. The Napoleon is not scary. Because Lancer is not scary, because it's about fighting other stuff and being awesome. Lancer's scary from the point of view of regular people. It is. It's scary from the idea of like, oh, a tank on legs that has the ability to summon a black hole rolled up to my planet and is looking for some extra scratch. Oh no. Are exos, on average, stronger than sins in canon in my world? No. So like your average Cat 1 exo is significantly weaker than your average Cat 1 sin in my setting. And I think that the difference between an exo and a sin is like 5-1 at least in standard CAIN. That's why you send 4 to 5 or even 6 exos to fight a sin of a comparable cat. And when I had a hunt that was a Cat 3 Lord that metamorphosized into a Cat 4 Spider, that took on like 12 exos. And some of them were Cat 4, some of them were Cat 3, some of them were Cat 2. Like they ranged in Cat in that fight. But it took on like 12 exos. Sins are significantly more powerful per cat than an individual exo is. In my setting, how powerful is that? Not to the same extent as in canon. In my setting, everything is lower powered, but who wouldn't listen to this? It's great. Or should I say, super sweet? I don't get it. What's so sweet about honey and bees? How do I learn about the extra grunts, screams of terror and stuff to be able to occasionally remind people that Lancer's still scary war mechs? Apparently, it's commonly accepted in Lancer that most mech battles are non-lethal. Which is crazy to me. Most enemies you fight do the classic like children's cartoon thing of like they eject at the last second and like have their seat like shoot out a giant parachute and they float down outside of the battlefield. So in most cases, it is assumed that even grunts just bail, is my understanding. Which is kind of funny. I'm not going to lie. It's kind of very funny. Finally, no lethal war. Well, I wouldn't say no lethal. I say it's less lethal, right? So let us close the question. Let's end the Q&A. Does anyone else have any final questions? Guys, I've been trying to go for like 2.5 hours. Jeez, like you didn't even let me leave. You're not even letting me go here. Is there any other questions? Do you have any other questions for me? Is that what this is? Do I need to like look at you like this to get you to let me go? You've been stuck creatively for weeks. How do I overcome creative blocks? The big thing that I always recommend anytime anyone is in a creative block is consume one of two things. People talking about media they love and media they hate. Watch a review of someone talking about their favorite book they've read all year. Watch a review of someone that hated the new video game that came out. Watch a reaction of someone that actually gives commentary to a movie that they didn't like or a show that they're loving. Like when you hear people talk about things that they love, they will say like, oh my gosh, it did this. It made me think that. It is so like thought-provoking how they did Y. I'm so impressed how they did Z. And when I watch that, I go, I could do that. I want to do that. This movie had a profound impact on this person's life. And like it made them like re-examine their relationship with their father kind of deal. I want to make something that does that. And so I get motivated. In content creation, anytime I'm like, I really don't feel like streaming today. I just am not in the mood to stream. Like I'm going to bed and it's like 3 a.m. and I'm tired and I'm going to wake up and I'm going to be really tired. I think to myself, like, I think about other content creators who have done more through worse and that I want to be like them. And so I push through and then I almost always enjoy myself. And also watching people talk about the stuff they hate. If I watch someone talk about like Lightlark and give a review of the book Lightlark and say how awful it is and how like trash the world building is and how the plot goes nowhere and how the romance sucks or in how A Court of Thorns and Roses, it does this and then it does that and then it does this or blah, 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 blah. Like people talking about media they hate makes me go, oh, well, I can do better. Clearly. If this can get published, I can get published. If this can get 100,000 YouTube views, I can get 100,000 YouTube views. If this can be a major AAA studio release, I can do a major studio triple release. Remember to drink water, have a good meal. Oh yeah, I was going to have pasta. Thank you. But the relay slapping down a reliable 4 kinetic hammer a little to the side of a squadron of grunts, they will die. Usually eject is done in the case mech is about to explode. If the mech is destroyed, the pilot is still alive, just buried under the wreckage and has to use an action to exit. Favorite mechanic I hack into... Oh, did I skip that one? I'm sorry, Consola. A mechanic I hack into every single system is I mean, a couple, right? I have a couple. One of them is kudos. Which like I don't really call them kudos, just kudos is the word that came to mind right now. After a session, I take all of my players and I have them say something cool another player did. So Skeleton, Matt, Togedemaru, B, all 4 of you are players, and I will say, okay, session is over. All of you can say one cool thing another player did. And Skeleton says, Matt, do you remember back when you told Arrow to enjoy their pasta? That was really cool. And that was really cool. I forgot I was going to make pasta. I really did forget. So Skeleton, by giving Matt kudos, gets extra XP, gets inspiration for the next session, gets starts the next session with +1 pathos, whatever ends up being. Skeleton, by giving positivity and recognizing what Matt did, gets a benefit. Why do I do this? Does anyone know why I do this? Does anyone have a guess? Because the reason is very simple. Most players are self-interested. And a lot of TTRPGs involve boring downtime. So the way to ensure that you pay attention to each other's turns is that if you have an incentive that at the end of the session, if Matt did something, and then you call out what Matt did, and Matt's like, oh, thank you. You get an XP. You get a +1 die on your next action. You get a pathos in the next session, whatever. You now pay attention to what Matt does, and what Funny Speedrun does, and what Togi Tomorrow does. And now, everyone's paying attention to each other. Which means you're less inclined to be on your phone. Which means you're more inclined to know what someone else's plot line is doing. Which means you're more inclined to, if they make a tactical decision, you can bounce off of that. Yeah, Matt got it. Players pay more attention. Positive feedback loop, that is also true. I like rewarding positivity, right? Something else I do is that I stole this from Matt Colville. And then I started using it in my games, and then my roommate stole it from me. And they started using it in their games. And then my roommate's friend stole it from my roommate. And these are cutscenes. Cutscenes particularly showing villains. And I will start or I will end the session with the camera literally panning to a separate scene with other characters doing something else, and I will show the players something that happened. Because I think it's cool. Because it might be relevant narratively. Because I think that it's dramatic. And even though the player characters don't know about this, the players get to see, oh, that like brouhaha that we've been like running into time and time again is like arguing on the phone with his boss about us. And the boss just said, I want you to do what needs to be done. So now the players are like, oh no, this brouhaha is going to do whatever it needs to be done to take us out. The characters don't know that. But the players now get this kind of sense of like, oh no, rising tension. Yeah, it's great for dramatic irony. What else do I do? Something else I do is basically in all games. I almost always... I try to put failing forward in everything. You attempt a roll. You want to climb up a building. You fail. And what does failing look like? If you just don't make it up the building, that's boring. So what if instead you manage to climb up the building, but as you're climbing up, you grab onto the fire escape and the security latch slips, the fire escape hits into the ground and makes a huge noise as you climb up. Or maybe as you're climbing up, you fall and you catch yourself and you take a bit of stress, right? Like in CAIN, for instance. So you're climbing up, you make it to the top no matter what. But something bad happens, and that was you failing your roll. You failed the roll. And that led to a non-obstructive consequence, right? Yeah, I'm on that voice Slurpee. We got the voices. I saw other channel recommending using something similar. The convergent evolution is a green flag. Nice. I left for an hour to watch Amazing Digital Circus, and they're still going. Yeah, stop keeping it. Seriously, I'm trying to go. I'm trying to leave. What is wrong with you people? I'm trying to leave. You're keeping me. You're begging me for more. Like, yes, I can keep going, but I have things to do. I have responsibilities. It was supposed to be 2 hours initially, and right now we're on hour 5. What did we talk about today? I was busy, unfortunately. We talked about virtues in my custom homebrew supplement for CAIN. We talked about bees. And yeah, that's about it. We aren't even the ones keeping you here. You can go, blaming us. No one's stopping you. I don't know. I feel like I'm being held here against my own will. Although you might say that's simply my personal belief. Thank you all so much for coming by. Have a lovely day, night, afternoon, morning, morning, whenever. I have been Arrow Rights. I will hop on tomorrow on Twitch at 11 a.m. PST. We're going to be playing Lone Star. It is a roguelike. As I continue to stream, I'm going to wrap up now. I should have a video out for tomorrow. It will be a stream tomorrow on Twitch. Wednesday is going to be our next Wednesday's YouTube stream. And I'm thinking Monday, we might have a Discord stream. So if you're not on the Discord, hop on Discord. I like to do a thing called Arrow Stage, where it's a stage production that I put on. I stream just like 1-2 hour thing. Everyone's chatting. It's all Discord. It's a bit smaller. It's a bit more intimate because it's like not on a big recording thing. And have a lovely day, morning, afternoon, evening, whenever. Bye-bye.